Howdy folks. You're watching Gringotts Hub. Sit tight because today we bring you, what if Harry was summoned by Gringotts at age 6 and discovered he was the Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin-Peverell? Smash that like, subscribe, and enjoy the ride. Chapter 1, The Summons. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular staleness of air that never moved. Harry had lived in it long enough that he'd stopped noticing the smell most days. He noticed it now because Dudley had kicked the door open 10 minutes ago, laughed at something Harry couldn't quite see the joke in, and let enough of the hallway air drift in to remind Harry that the rest of the house smelled different. Better. Like bacon and coffee and things that were happening without him. He was 6 years old and he'd already learned, with the efficient practicality of a child who had no other choice, to categorize what he was and wasn't allowed to want. Breakfast was something that happened to other people. He sat on the edge of his cot and pulled his knees up and listened to the sounds of the house. Dudley thumping down the stairs. Uncle Vernon's morning cough, which came in 3 stages and always ended with something that sounded like a small engine struggling to start. Aunt Petunia's precise footsteps on the kitchen tile. The radio coming on. A morning show he wasn't allowed to watch, discussing things he'd never heard of, voices cheerful and distant as another planet. He had a book. He'd found it wedged behind the water pipes, left there by someone, maybe, or fallen from somewhere above. It was missing its cover and the first 12 pages, and the story started in the middle of a sentence about a boy on a ship. Harry had read it 6 times. He read it again now, not because he didn't know what happened next but because reading was one of the things that made the cupboard feel smaller in a useful way rather than an unbearable one. He was on the page where the boy found the map when the doorbell rang. That was unusual. The Dursleys didn't get early visitors. Vernon's colleagues didn't drop round. Petunia's friends, such as they were, came in the afternoon with a specific kind of polished brightness that Harry associated with conversations held several decibels too loud as if to prove how happy everyone was. The doorbell at this hour, just past 8 in the morning, he could tell by the angle of the light coming under the cupboard door, meant something different. Harry closed the book and listened. He heard Aunt Petunia's footsteps cross the hall. The sound of the door opening. Then silence, which was the most interesting thing of all, because Aunt Petunia was not a woman who did silence. She did commentary. She did opinions. She did a specific thin-lipped variety of social performance at doorways that filled every second with carefully managed sound. The silence stretched for 4 full seconds. There must be some mistake, she said. Her voice had gone strange. Flat and careful in a way Harry recognized as the voice she used when she was frightened and refusing to admit it. There is no mistake. The voice that answered was not a voice Harry had heard before. It was deep and precise and had a quality he couldn't name, like stone, he thought, like something carved rather than grown. We do not make them. The boy. Now. He's not, this is a private residence, you cannot simply, Madame Dursley. And the way the voice said the name made it sound not like a form of address but like a statement of irrelevance. The boy is required at Gringotts Wizarding Bank on a matter of inheritance law. He will come with our representative today. You may consult a solicitor if you wish. It will do you no good. Another silence. Shorter this time. Harry. Aunt Petunia's voice came toward the cupboard, and Harry was already moving, already setting the book down and swinging his feet to the floor. The bolt slid. The door opened. Petunia stood there looking down at him with an expression he'd never seen on her face before. Not the usual impatience, not the thin distaste she wore like a second skin, but something that looked almost like the shape fear makes when it's trying very hard to look like nothing at all. Get up, she said. Put your shoes on. Someone wants to see you. He put his shoes on. They were Dudley's old shoes and too wide for his feet and he'd gotten used to the way they flapped slightly at the heel when he walked. He walked down the hall and turned the corner into the front doorway and saw what was waiting on the porch. She was not what he'd expected, though he hadn't expected anything specific. He just expected something human-shaped and adult, and this was human-shaped only in the approximate way of something that had made its own decisions about proportions. She was perhaps 4 feet tall, and she wore deep red robes that went to the floor, and she carried a leather satchel with clasps that looked like they were made of real gold, and her face was— Harry looked at her face, and something in the back of his mind said goblin with complete certainty, like finding the word you'd forgotten you already knew. She looked at him for a long moment, and he looked back. "Harry James Potter," she said. "I am Braca, Senior Accounts Representative of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London Branch. You are required to attend a meeting at the bank today. It concerns your inheritance." Harry thought about that. "What inheritance?" he asked. Braca's expression did something complicated. It wasn't a smile exactly, but there was something in the sharp edges of it that registered his question as worth having asked. "That," she said, "is precisely what we intend to find out. Come along." He went. He didn't ask Petunia's permission. He didn't look back at her, particularly. He stepped off the porch and fell into step beside Braca's short, precise stride, and didn't look back at the house on Privet Drive, which continued existing behind him with the same boring, determined normalcy it always had, indifferent to the fact that something was beginning. The journey to London was extraordinary. Not because of how they traveled, which was by what appeared to be a completely ordinary black car with no driver and windows that showed a different view outside than the street they were actually on. Harry watched a forest scroll past the glass while they moved through the suburbs of Surrey, and he didn't ask about it because he was busy thinking about other things. The journey was extraordinary because of what happened inside him on the way. It started as warmth. Just warmth, low and steady, somewhere in his chest, like a coal that had been sitting banked for years and was now, for reasons of its own, deciding to glow. By the time they crossed into London it had spread to his hands. He looked down at them, thin hands, bony at the wrist, Dudley's old jumper hanging several sizes too large, and they looked the same as they always did. They felt different. Like they were paying attention. Braca did not make small talk. He appreciated this. "How long has this been scheduled?" he asked, about 20 minutes in. Braca glanced at him from the corner seat where she sat with her satchel on her lap. "The review of your account was triggered automatically 6 days ago," she said. "The review generated a flag. The flag required action. Here we are." "What kind of flag?" "The kind that gets a senior representative sent to Surrey at 7 in the morning." She paused. "The kind we have not seen in a very long time." He thought about asking more, and then decided to wait. He'd been learning for 6 years that the right question asked too early was often less useful than the right question asked at the right moment, and he didn't yet know enough to know what he was really asking about. They came to Diagon Alley through the back of a pub that smelled of wood smoke and something sharp and sweet. The barman, a large man with no hair at all, who gave Harry a startled look and then looked very deliberately away, tapped a sequence in the brick wall with his wand, and the passage opened, and Harry walked through it. He didn't make a sound. But something in his chest went very still and then very loud, all at once, like a note struck on a piano in a quiet room. This was real. Whatever this was, this street, these shops with their strange and glittering things in the windows, this cold bright morning air that smelled of something he had no word for, this was real, and more than that, it was his. He didn't know how he knew that. He just did, in the way you know a song you've somehow always known the tune to without ever having been taught the words. He walked beside Braca down the cobblestones and he didn't gawk, he looked, steadily and carefully, at everything he was allowed to see. Gringotts was at the end of the street. Tall and white and absolutely certain of itself, like a building that had never entertained the possibility it might not be permanent. Harry walked up the marble steps past the goblin guards who inclined their heads as he passed, specifically, not at Braca, and he noticed that but didn't comment on it, and stepped through the bronze doors, then the silver ones, and into the marble hall. He'd never seen a building with this much space on purpose inside it. The hall stretched upward into something that wasn't quite a ceiling and spread outward into an ongoing arrangement of counters and corridors and the distant sound of machinery and wind from somewhere below. Goblins moved between it all with the practiced efficiency of people who found human awe slightly tedious. Braca led him not to the main counter but to a door to the left, which opened onto a corridor, which ended in a lift, and not the clattering cart kind he'd read about somewhere, but something quieter, lined in dark wood, that descended for a very long time and let him off in a corridor that was lit by lanterns and smelled of old stone and cold air and something that made the warmth in his chest surge briefly and then settle. The door at the end of the corridor was marked, in both English and what he assumed was gobbledygook, as director's office. Braca knocked once. "Enter," said a voice. Ragnarok was old. That was the first thing. Old in a way that had nothing to do with weakness, old the way certain mountains were old, with the patient weight of a thing that had been here long before you and had every intention of remaining after. He sat behind a desk that was covered in ledgers and documents with seals on them, and he was already looking at Harry when they came through the door, with the focused attention of someone who had been waiting for a specific piece of news and had finally received it. "Director," Braca said. "Harry James Potter." "Yes," Ragnarok said. His eyes didn't leave Harry. "I can see that." "Thank you, Braca. The diagnostic array, please, and then some privacy." Braca set a small stone bowl on the desk. It was about the size of a soup bowl, carved from something dark and smooth, with runes around the rim that Harry couldn't read, and left without further conversation. The door closed. Harry stood in front of the desk and looked at Ragnarok, who looked back at him. "Sit down," Ragnarok said. Harry sat. "Do you know why you're here?" "Something about my inheritance," Harry said. "My parents are dead. They died when I was 1. I've never been to the bank before." Ragnarok's expression shifted very slightly. "No. You haven't. Do you know why not?" Harry considered. "I assumed there wasn't anything to come for." "That," Ragnarok said, "is what someone very carefully arranged for you to assume." He folded his hands on the desk and looked at Harry with the expression of a person choosing where to begin something that does not have a clean starting point. "How much do you know about the magical world, Mr. Potter?" "I know it exists," Harry said. "I figured that out a while ago." "How?" Harry thought about the various incidents over the past 6 years, the time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof after Dudley chased him, the time he'd turned a teacher's hair blue by accident, the time the glass had simply vanished at the zoo 2 months ago and the snake had given him a gracious nod on its way out. "Things happen around me," he said. "Things that don't happen around other people." Ragnarok made a small sound that might have been satisfaction. "Yes. They do." He gestured at the stone bowl. "I'm going to ask you to put your hand on this. Just rest your palm on the surface. It won't hurt. What it will do is tell us both a great deal more than either of us currently knows." Harry looked at the bowl. The warmth in his chest was doing something specific now, something directional, leaning toward the bowl the way a compass leans toward north. "What is it?" "An inheritance diagnostic. Ancient magic. The runes are older than Gringotts." Ragnarok paused. "I will tell you truthfully, I have run this diagnostic on several hundred clients over the years. I have never seen it do what I expect it to do when I look at your file." "What do you expect it to do?" "Something extraordinary," Ragnarok said. It was stated with no drama whatsoever. "Put your hand on the bowl, Mr. Potter." Harry put his hand on the bowl. The room changed. Not physically, the walls didn't move, the desk didn't vanish, the lanterns didn't flicker. But the quality of the air changed, in the way that air changes before lightning, and the runes on the bowl lit up, one at a time, in gold, and then the gold spread up through Harry's palm and along his arm and he looked at it happening with genuine interest rather than fear because it wasn't frightening, it felt like the warmth that had been building since Surrey, finally finding somewhere to go. The runes lit up and kept lighting up. More than should have been possible on a bowl that size. They ran out of space and seemed to invent more, the symbols spiraling up and out into the air above the bowl, hanging there like a line of script being written by an invisible hand. Ragnock watched this with the expression of a man who had prepared himself for the extraordinary and was discovering that he had not, in fact, adequately prepared. The light ran through 7 distinct colors: gold, silver, deep green, ancient gray, cold blue, warm amber, and then a white that was not quite white, more like the color of things that are bright enough to look like white but are actually something else entirely, before it settled and stilled and the symbols hung in the air between them, complete. Harry lifted his hand. The symbols remained. He looked at them. What do they say? Ragnock was quiet for a moment that was not dramatic so much as necessary, the pause of a person ensuring they have their voice properly arranged before they use it. They say, he said, that you are the heir of House Potter, House Black, House Slytherin, House Peverell, and House Merlin. He paused. All 5 lines, dormant and suppressed, converge in you. You are, by blood and magic and the oldest laws of inheritance, the lord of all 5 families. Harry looked at the symbols hanging in the air. He didn't say anything for a moment. Is that unusual? He asked. I have been director of this bank for 112 years, Ragnock said. I have never seen it. In our records, which go back considerably further, there is one comparable case. 1. He held up a single clawed finger. It is remarkable enough that an heir of 2 noble houses converge in a single person. 3 has occurred perhaps a dozen times in recorded history. 5. He looked at Harry directly. 5 means the lines were designed to converge. The bloodlines recognize each other. They were always moving toward this point. Harry thought about the Dursleys. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about Aunt Petunia's expression at the door, the flat careful frightened thing it had done. Someone knew, he said. It wasn't a question. Ragnock's eyes sharpened. Yes. And they decided I shouldn't. Yes. Who? Ragnock looked at him for a long moment, not hesitating, but deciding something about what kind of conversation they were going to have, what register of honesty they were going to operate in. And apparently he made the decision cleanly, because his expression settled and he said, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The name sat in the room. Harry turned it over. He knew the name. Vaguely, from Mrs. Figg once, who'd said it the way people said the names of things that were larger than the conversation they were currently in. From a passage in the book he'd found behind the water pipes, actually, which in its missing cover, missing beginning way had mentioned Dumbledore as a historical figure without context. He had the shape of the name. Not the weight of it. Tell me, Harry said. Ragnock told him. He told him for nearly 2 hours, and he did it with documents, actual parchment documents with seals on them, pulled from the files Braca had left, arranged on the desk between them in a specific order that had the quality of evidence being presented. He was not gentle about it. Harry had the impression that Ragnock was not a person who did gentle, particularly, but that he was also not being deliberately harsh. He was doing what he'd always done with a client sitting across from him, which was lay out the facts in clear order and let the facts do what facts did. What the facts did, in this case, was construct a picture that Harry looked at steadily from beginning to end without interrupting once. James Potter's will, the real one, filed with Gringotts rather than the Ministry, named Sirius Black as Harry's guardian. Named the vault contents, the properties, the various accounts and investments and holdings of a family that had been quietly wealthy for 6 centuries, as belonging wholly to Harry. Included a specific clause expressing James Potter's explicit wish that his son be kept in the magical world, not placed with Petunia Dursley under any circumstances. Under any circumstances had been underlined. By James Potter's own hand, Ragnock said, and there was something in how he said it, quiet, like the underlining mattered. Then Dumbledore. Acting as chief warlock of the Wizengamot, as supreme mugwump of the ICW, and this made Harry's eyes narrow, the declared magical guardian of Harry Potter, a title taken without legal basis since Sirius Black had never been tried, never been convicted, had been sent to Azkaban on the authority of the man who was simultaneously asserting guardianship over his charge. Dumbledore had placed Harry with the Dursleys, citing ancient blood protection magic. He had sealed Harry's vault from any inheritance distribution to the Guardians. He had, and this was the part that made the warmth in Harry's chest do something sharp and specific, placed 4 separate suppression charms on Harry's magic. Deep ones, layered. Designed to prevent the bloodline activations, prevent Harry's accidental magic from doing anything dramatic, keep the 5 houses dormant and unrecognized until Dumbledore decided the time was right. The time Dumbledore had decided would be right was Harry's 11th birthday, when a Hogwarts letter would arrive, and a friendly giant would come to collect him, and Harry would enter the magical world believing himself to be an ordinary boy with a peculiar scar and no family and no money and no choices except the ones that were made available to him. He wanted to control when you learned who you were, Ragnarok said. He wanted to introduce you to the magical world himself. Present himself as a benefactor. As the one who made it possible. And he wanted you dependent, on him, on Hogwarts, on the narrative he'd spent 10 years carefully building around you. Harry was quiet for a moment. The suppression charms, he said. They're still on me. 3 of them. The diagnostic burned through the outer one when it lit up. Ragnarok's expression carried something dry and satisfied in it. The other 3 are more deeply set. They'll require a formal unsealing ritual. Which brings us to why you're here today, specifically. The automatic flag. The system detected irregular drainage on the Potter vault accounts, funds being redirected without proper authorization, which technically constitutes bank fraud against a minor client under Goblin law and several other laws that Dumbledore was apparently confident no one would check. The flag triggered the diagnostic requirement. The diagnostic triggered my personal involvement. Ragnarok looked at him with a directness that was somehow also something close to respect. Mr. Potter. You should know that Gringotts does not typically become involved in wizarding politics. We are a bank. But what has been done here violates treaties between our people and the wizarding world that predate Hogwarts itself. The suppression of a minor heir's bloodline inheritance without that heir's knowledge or consent, he paused, and something moved through his expression that was ancient and not particularly friendly, is not something we overlook. Harry looked at the document spread between them. The real will. The false one filed with the Ministry, bearing Dumbledore's signature on the attestation line. The vault ledgers showing years of diverted income, quarterly withdrawals he recognized now as going to the Dursleys, not out of generosity, he noted, but as management payments, Petunia and Vernon paid to maintain the illusion of a mundane life. The records of Sirius Black's imprisonment with no trial date ever listed, no conviction, no formal charges processed through the Wizengamot. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about Dudley's old shoes. He thought about the book behind the water pipes, and how he'd found it and been glad of it, and how that gladness was the entire width of what had been available to him. He didn't feel rage, which surprised him slightly. He'd expected to feel rage, the way you expect a temperature when you know you're walking toward fire. But what he felt was something different, clarifying. Like a long noise that had been so constant you'd stopped noticing it had just, finally, stopped. The silence after it wasn't empty. It was full. I want the suppression charms removed, he said. Today. I expected you'd say that. I have a ritual specialist on standby. Ragnarok paused. It will be uncomfortable. All right. It may also trigger bloodline activations that are significant. What does that mean? It means 5 dormant magical inheritances have been compressed under seal for 6 years and will need to settle. Your magic will be responding to information it hasn't had access to. Ragnarok looked at him with what might, on a different face, have been concern. You'll need to be in a protected space. Here. We have ritual chambers. Yes. Ragnarok stood. Mr. Potter, I need to ask you something before we proceed. You understand what the documents on this table mean. You understand what has been done. I want to know what you intend to do with that understanding. Harry looked up at him. Everything, he said. It came out quiet and very clean. I intend to do everything. Ragnar looked at him for a moment. Then he made that sound again, the one that might have been satisfaction, and moved toward the door. The ritual chamber was below the director's level, accessible through a staircase carved directly from the rock. The specialist was a goblin called Ashfong who had old runes tattooed on both forearms and spoke to Harry exactly as she'd have spoken to an adult, which he appreciated. She explained what she was going to do: counterseal the suppression charms in sequence, starting with the outermost and working in, and she told him it would feel like pulling something loose that had been stuck for a long time, and she asked him once if he was ready. He said yes. She was right that it was uncomfortable. The first charm coming off felt like someone had shoved a hand into his chest and grabbed something and pulled, not painful exactly, but wrong in the way dislocated things are wrong, the offense of misalignment corrected violently. He breathed through it. The second was worse, a ringing that seemed to come from inside his skull and lasted about 30 seconds and then stopped all at once like a sound cut off with a knife. The third was different. The third was not uncomfortable so much as overwhelming. When the third seal broke, Harry sat up. He hadn't been aware of sitting down. He was on the floor of the ritual chamber, back against the carved stone wall, and every lantern in the room had flared to 3 times its ordinary brightness, and the runes on the floor, and there were runes on the floor, a complex circular array that he hadn't fully registered when they'd come in, were lit up in gold that faded slowly to silver as he breathed. Something had settled inside him that had never been settled before. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't come with thunder or a vision or a voice from somewhere. It was just, there. Present. The way a very large, very quiet thing is present when it stops pretending to be small. He looked at his hands. They looked the same. Bony wrists, too big jumper, Dudley's old shoes. The same. He thought about how to name it, and landed on complete, which wasn't a feeling he'd had experience with before, and so he sat with it for a moment to make sure he had the word right. Yes. Complete. Like he'd been walking around carrying a shape with pieces missing and suddenly all the pieces had arrived. Mr. Potter. Ashfong crouched in front of him. Her expression was professionally composed, but her eyes were doing something that he thought was probably closest to wonder. How do you feel? Good, he said. Then, more accurately, real. She looked at him for another moment and then stood up and made a sound that was something between a word and a rumble, in gobbledygook, directed at Ragnar, who was standing near the door and had been watching the entire process with the expression of someone watching something that will matter for a very long time. What did she say? Harry asked. She said, Ragnar translated, that she's been unsealing suppressed inheritances for 200 years and she's never seen a 6-year-old sit still through all 3. He paused. It was a compliment. Harry stood up. He was slightly unsteady for just a moment, the room doing a single slow rotation before it settled, and then he was fine. He straightened Dudley's too big jumper out of habit, which was such a small gesture inside such a large moment that it made Ragnar's expression do something complicated. The vault, Harry said. I'd like to see it. The ride down to the Potter vault was nothing like the uncomfortable journey he'd expected. The cart moved smoothly, or maybe he simply didn't notice the speed, too occupied with the things turning over in his mind. Ragnar sat across from him and didn't push conversation, which was the right instinct. The vault door was engraved with a crest, a stag and a doe flanking a shield, with lettering above and below in Old Latin that he discovered with some surprise, partly read. Per ardua fidelis. Through adversity, faithful. The door opened at his touch. Of course it did. The inside he wasn't thinking about the gold, exactly, though there was a great deal of it, stacked in towers of coins along the walls, interspersed with locked chests and shelved items and the various material substance of a centuries-old family expressed in objects. He was thinking about the portrait on the far wall. It was a man and a woman, seated, painted in the style of something old, detailed and formal but with a warmth in the faces that formal portraiture often missed. The man had Harry's hair, untamable and dark, though he carried it better. The woman had green eyes that Harry had seen in mirrors all his life. They were looking at him. "Harry," his mother said, and her voice broke on it in the cleanest, most devastating way. He walked toward the portrait slowly and stopped in front of it and looked at his parents' faces and the warmth in his chest, the warmth that had been building since Surrey, that had run through the diagnostic, that had survived 3 broken seals and a ritual chamber. It didn't collapse or crack or do anything weak. It grew. It grew enormous and very warm and very steady, like a fire that had finally found a proper hearth. "We left messages," his father said. His voice was rough. "In case. We always hoped you'd come early, but Dumbledore sealed the vault to minors, so we thought. I'm here now," Harry said. His mother put her hand against the inside of the portrait frame, palm flat, like she was trying to reach the glass. "You look so much like him," she said quietly. "Your eyes are mine. Everything else is entirely his fault." His father made a sound that was half laugh and also something else. "You should not have been in that house." "We never, James, the will, I know," Harry said. "I read it." A silence that was full rather than empty. "Are you all right?" his mother asked. He thought about that honestly, with the particular seriousness of a child who doesn't say things they don't mean because they've learned words matter. "I think I'm going to be," he said. Lily Potter looked at her son for a long moment. Then she smiled, and it was the smile he'd somehow always known the shape of without ever having seen it, and she said, "Good. Then listen carefully, because your father and I have been waiting 6 years to tell you some things, and we have a great deal of ground to cover." James Potter cracked his knuckles, and despite everything, despite the vault and the documents and the seals and the cupboard and the 6 years of Privet Drive, Harry felt something that was entirely and specifically good, and he sat down on a chest of gold coins and listened to his parents talk. Outside the vault, in the corridor, Ragnar stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the middle distance and thought about the things that were now in motion, the things that couldn't be unstarted, the specific and irreversible nature of what had just happened inside that room. He thought about Albus Dumbledore reading his Morning Owl and having no idea. He found, to his own mild surprise, that he was looking forward to that very much. Chapter 2, What Was Stolen. James and Lily Potter talked for 3 hours. Harry sat on the chest of gold coins and listened, and occasionally asked questions, and the questions he asked made both portraits go quiet in specific ways, the way people go quiet when a child demonstrates that they've been thinking harder and longer than anyone gave them credit for. Lily stopped twice to look at him with an expression that was equal parts pride and something that ached, and James kept running a painted hand through his painted hair in the nervous gesture Harry recognized from his own mirror without having known where it came from until now. They told him about the families. Not in the dry recitation that Ragnar had used, that had been facts, which Harry needed, and Ragnar had delivered them correctly, but in the way parents tell children about where they come from, with the particular texture of people who loved these things and wanted their child to love them too. The Potters were old, James said, but not ancient old, 6 centuries of solid magical lineage, a family that had been quietly influential without ever being loud about it. Healers and lawmakers mostly, a few adventurers scattered through the generations. The kind of family that built things that lasted. Their seat was a manor in Godric's Hollow that had been in the family since the 1400s, and Harry could claim it whenever he chose, and James said this with the casual certainty of a man who had no doubt his son would eventually walk through those doors and feel at home. The Black connection came through Harry's grandmother, Doria Black, who had married Charles Potter in a match that the rest of the Black family had managed to be condescending about for 2 generations, which Doria had apparently found more amusing than insulting. That made Harry the heir to the Black family through 2 paths, Doria's line and Sirius, who had named Harry his heir explicitly in documents filed before his imprisonment. The Black family was ancient and complicated and had produced people of dazzling extremity in both directions, James said, and he said it with the careful tone of a man who had respected Sirius Black completely and held complicated feelings about the family that had produced him. Lily told him about Slytherin. The Evans line, Lily's line, had carried it, dormant, for 3 generations, passed down through a Muggle-born woman who hadn't known what she was carrying. Salazar Slytherin's bloodline hadn't died with his recorded descendants. It had gone underground, passed through branches of the family tree that no one thought to look at, carried by people who were written off as muggleborns or half-bloods with unusual talent. Lily Potter, née Evans, had been the convergent point for that particular thread, the first person in 300 years carrying enough of the Slytherin line to pass it on cleanly. "You didn't know?" Harry asked. "I knew I was talented," Lily said, with a self-awareness that was also, Harry thought, understatement. "I didn't know why in that particular sense." "Dumbledore knew." Her voice changed on his name, going very level in a way that was controlled rather than cold. "He knew before I even started at Hogwarts. He tested all the Muggleborns. He would have seen it. He chose not to tell me." "Why?" Lily and James exchanged a look that carried a conversation in it. "We think," James said, "because if you knew what your mother was carrying, you might have understood earlier what you were carrying. And Dumbledore had very specific plans for what you were supposed to be, Harry, and very specific plans require very specific ignorance in the people they involve." Harry filed that away. "Peverell," he said. "And Merlin." Peverell came through both sides. There was Peverell blood in both the Potters and the Blacks, separate lines, separate threads, converging in Harry with enough concentration to trigger a full lordship claim. The Peverell legacy was tied specifically to the Deathly Hallows, James explained, and Harry listened to the story of the three brothers with the focused attention of someone who has just learned that the fairy tale their cousin used to mock is personal. Merlin was the one that had made Ashfong use a gobbledygook word that Ragnarok hadn't translated. That bloodline was, Harry could see that even his father was choosing his words here, which meant it was significant in a way that the others, impressive as they were, weren't quite. "Merlin's line was supposed to be extinct," Lily said. "That's the received history. It isn't true. It's the history that was written, which is a different thing." She looked at Harry with her green eyes, his green eyes, and said, "That line passed through Slytherin's family. Through the branch that went underground. Which means you carry it through me." The silence that followed had weight to it. "Is that," Harry started. "Yes," James said simply. "Yes, it is." Harry sat with that for a moment. Outside the vault he could hear nothing, the chambers down here swallowed sound, and inside it was just the lamplight and his parents' voices and the gold-catching light around him, and he thought about what it meant to be the thing that all of these lines had been moving toward. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about the gap between those two things, the distance between them, which was enormous and somehow also already beginning to close. "Sirius," he said. "Where is he?" Something moved across both portraits. Something that was not quite grief and not quite anger but lived in the neighborhood of both. "Azkaban," James said. "He didn't do it. He didn't betray us." "I know." Harry looked at his father directly. "Who did?" "Peter Pettigrew," James said. The name came out quiet and specific, the way you say the name of something you haven't quite forgiven yourself for trusting. "He was our friend. He was the one we made secret keeper, we switched at the last moment, thought it was safer, thought no one would suspect," he stopped. "He gave us to Voldemort and framed Sirius for it." "Is Pettigrew dead?" "That's what everyone believes. He blew up a street and left behind a finger." James's expression was complicated in several directions at once. "I would not bet heavily on it." Harry noted that. He noted all of it. "I'm going to get Sirius out," he said, and the way he said it was not a declaration of intent so much as a statement of logistics, the tone of someone identifying a task and moving toward it. Lily looked at him for a long moment. "Darling," she said softly, "you're 6. "I know." He stood up from the chest of coins and straightened Dudley's too-big jumper again. "I'll be quick about it." His father made a sound that was entirely a laugh, surprised out of him, and even in a portrait it was warm enough to fill the room. Ragnarok was waiting in the corridor exactly where Harry had left him, and either the director of Gringotts had a very comfortable relationship with stillness or he'd been thinking hard enough that time hadn't registered. Probably both. My parents' portrait confirmed Sirius Black's innocence, Harry said, as the vault door sealed behind him. Specifically, Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, not Sirius. Pettigrew was the Death Eater. Pettigrew framed him. He paused. Can a vault portrait be used as legal testimony? Ragnarok looked at him with that sharpened attention again. In the Wizengamot, portrait testimony carries weight only in specific circumstances. In goblin law, he paused meaningfully, a sealed vault portrait is considered a primary document. Equivalent to a sworn statement. What about a combination of portrait testimony, Gringotts' own documentation of the illegal guardianship, and a formal complaint filed under whatever treaty you mentioned that Dumbledore violated? Ragnarok's expression did the thing again, the dry, satisfied thing. That, he said, is a considerably more interesting collection of evidence than the Wizengamot typically receives. I need Sirius free, Harry said. And I need to not be at the Dursleys when I go home tonight, or ever. And I need to understand who currently controls my guardianship legally, because if it's Dumbledore then I need to change it, and if there's a process for that I want to start it today. Ragnarok began walking back toward the lift. Walk with me. Harry walked with him. Guardianship, Ragnarok said, in the tone of someone working through a document they have memorized. Dumbledore's claim rests on three things. First, his position as Chief Warlock allowing emergency placement orders. Second, a blood protection argument specific to your mother's sacrifice, which is, I should note, genuine magic. The protection is real, it simply does not require you to live in that house permanently, merely to call it home once per year, which almost no one who made that argument bothered to establish as a legal distinction. Third, he paused, there is a document filed with the Ministry's Department of Magical Guardianship that bears your maternal aunt's signature consenting to full custody. Your aunt, who was not informed that she could have declined. Your aunt, who was paid regularly from your own vault to maintain your residence there, which constitutes a conflict of interest in her consent. So the consent is invalid. The consent is deeply questionable, Ragnarok said. In goblin law it is invalid. In ministry law it is. He tilted his head. Legally complicated in ways that would require a very confident solicitor to argue. Fortunately, Gringotts retains several. Harry thought about this. What's the fastest path? For guardianship, a formal application to the Wizengamot's family chamber, citing the invalid will execution, the conflict of interest, and your status as a multi-house lord, which legally entitles you to emancipated minor status under the Charter of Rights 1692. For Sirius Black, Ragnarok was quiet for a moment, that is a more complex problem. His case was never formally opened. Reopening it requires either new evidence submitted to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which is currently operating under people who were significantly more interested in the Dumbledore version of events, or a lord of sufficient standing forcing a Wizengamot session under the Emergency Review Clause. Which requires the standing of at least two noble houses acting in concert. He looked at Harry sideways. You have 5. Then that's what we do, Harry said. The lift arrived. They stepped in. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said, as the doors closed, I want to be precise about something. The processes you're describing are not quick. Legal wheels in the wizarding world move slowly. Filing today, which we will do, will not produce results today. Possibly not this month. I know, Harry said. But they'll start today. That matters. Ragnarok looked at him with something that had moved beyond assessment into something else, something that in another being might have been called respect and in Ragnarok presented as a particular quality of attention. How, he said, have you spent 6 years in a Muggle household? It wasn't quite a question. Harry answered it anyway. Waiting, he said, for something to start. They spent the afternoon in a conference room on the upper level of Gringotts, which was where the bank's legal wing apparently operated, a series of offices that smelled of parchment and old magic, staffed by goblins who moved with the speed of people for whom a deadline was a point of personal honor. Ragnarok set 4 of them working on specific problems, the guardianship challenge, the serious black petition, the formal complaint regarding the suppression charms, and an audit of 5 years of vault drainage that would, Ragnarok said with a specific quietness, produce a number that was going to surprise even Harry. Harry sat at the conference table and read documents. Not all of them, there were too many for that, and some of them were written in legal gobbledygook that even translated didn't entirely resolve itself into sense. But enough. He read the real will twice. He read his parents' marriage certificate, which he hadn't known he needed until he saw it and felt something settle at seeing their names together on official parchment, James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Evans, witnessed and sealed. He read the Black family tree, or rather he read a Gringotts summary of it, which was both more accurate and more interesting than whatever was on a tapestry somewhere, and mapped the lines from Sirius to himself, from his grandmother Doria, from the branching black connections that went in several directions simultaneously. A goblin brought him lunch, which was unexpected. It arrived without commentary, a plate set at his elbow with bread and cheese and something hot in a bowl that smelled very good, and Harry ate it carefully, not quickly, in the way he'd learned to eat because the pace at which food arrived at the Dursleys was unreliable enough that you treated it with respect when it showed up. One of the legal team, a young goblin called Sharpwit, who had the energy of someone perpetually about 2 steps ahead of their own enthusiasm, paused while passing with a scroll and noticed the way Harry was eating and went very still for half a second with an expression that was not pity, Harry thought, because goblins didn't do pity particularly, but was something adjacent to anger pointed in a very specific direction. More. Sharpwit said. Please, Harry said. More arrived. Around 4 in the afternoon, Ragnarok came back to the conference room with a folder that he set on the table with a particular deliberateness. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at Ragnarok. The audit, Ragnarok said. Harry opened the folder. He looked at the number on the first page for long enough to make sure he was reading it correctly. That's how much was taken, he said. Over 5 years. Quarterly withdrawals plus irregular supplementary amounts for what was logged as maintenance and extraordinary circumstance expenses. Ragnarok's voice on those last words was very flat. The Dursleys were paid well to make you miserable, Mr. Potter. Quite well. Harry closed the folder. He didn't need to look at the number again. He had it. Can we recover it? From the Dursleys, some, possibly, though they've spent most of it on what appear to be home improvements and a quite remarkable number of suites. From Dumbledore, who authorized every transaction and who did not, I should note, draw a personal salary from these withdrawals, his motive was control, not money, which almost makes it more offensive. The recovery takes a different form. What form? Consequences, Ragnarok said. It had the quality of a word he enjoyed. Harry nodded slowly. He was thinking about something. Outside the windows of the conference room, the sky over London had gone the color of late afternoon, gold and grey, the day winding itself down toward evening. He'd been here since before 9 this morning. He'd come in a boy who lived in a cupboard. He was leaving something quite different, and the world outside hadn't changed at all, which was almost funny, except that it was also, he thought, about to. I have to go back tonight, he said. Don't I? The guardianship challenge will take a minimum of 2 weeks to process even on expedited timelines, Ragnarok said. The blood protection is, as a purely magical matter, most effective if you maintain the residence until we have formal alternatives secured. 2 weeks. 3 at the outside. He paused. Gringotts will have a representative at Privet Drive by end of week to formally notify the Dursleys of the audit, the challenges, and the cessation of all payments from your accounts. They will know this is over. Good, Harry said. You understand that Dumbledore will likely be informed. Yes. Harry stood and pushed in his chair with the automatic tidiness of someone used to small spaces. That's fine too. Braca collected him at 5. The car came back, different view through the windows this time, a coastline he didn't recognize, and they moved back through London toward Surrey as the day finished doing its thing with the sky. Harry sat in the back seat and thought. Not about the documents, or the numbers, or the legal machinery now in motion. About the portrait. His mother's hand against the frame, the way it had felt watching that, not quite pain and not quite something else, existing in the crack between them. His father's laugh. The specific warmth of hearing two people who loved him talk to him as though he was worth the full weight of their attention, which he was, which everyone is, which he had somehow spent 6 years quietly not believing. He thought about the warmth in his chest, which was different now, not building towards something, but present. Settled. It had been restless all morning, searching for its own direction like water finding a slope, and now it knew where it was and what it was, and it sat quietly behind his ribs and waited. He thought about what Ragnar had said at the end, as Harry was collecting his coat, not his coat, Dudley's coat, too big, a pattern on it that Harry had always disliked, and Ragnar had said, without ceremony, "We will be in contact regularly, Mr. Potter. This is not a single meeting." And Harry had said, "I know," and Ragnar had looked at him and said something further that Harry was still turning over. "You came in here this morning as a child someone had misplaced. You are leaving as something considerably harder to misplace. The people who made decisions about your life without asking you, they will need time to understand that the situation has changed. You do not need to give them that time." Number 4, Privet Drive appeared through the window of the car looking exactly as it always had, compact and identical to its neighbors, the garden with its edges trimmed by Vernon's dedication to appearances, the bins lined up with military precision, the lights on in the front room where Dudley was almost certainly watching television. Harry got out of the car. Braca walked him to the door. She knocked, which was funny in a specific way, the representative of a bank worth more than everything on this street combined, knocking politely on the door of a house that Harry had spent 6 years not being particularly welcome in. Petunia opened it. She looked at Braca. She looked at Harry. Something in her face had rearranged itself since this morning. It was working harder now, more carefully, the way faces do when someone has spent all day deciding how to approach a conversation they can't avoid. "Mrs. Dursley," Braca said, "you will receive formal documentation from Gringotts within 5 business days regarding several matters pertaining to your household's legal relationship with Mr. Potter and the Potter vaults. I'd encourage you to find a solicitor. A good one." She paused. "A human one will be sufficient." She handed Petunia a sealed letter. "Good evening." She left. She walked back down the garden path and got into the car, and the car drove away, and Harry and Petunia stood at the door in the fading light looking at each other. Petunia was holding the letter. She was holding it the way you hold something that might be dangerous, carefully, at a slight distance, as if she was still deciding whether to open it or to pretend she hadn't received it. "You'll want your dinner," she said, which was a specific kind of Petunia sentence, the kind that picked up the nearest available topic that was not the conversation actually happening and used it as a bridge across the thing she couldn't address directly. "Yes," Harry said. And then, because the day had changed things in ways that the evening was not going to change back, "I'll eat at the table." Petunia looked at him. He looked back. "The kitchen table," he added, pleasantly. Something moved across her face that was complicated and mostly about a letter in her hand and a car that had driven away and the specific weight of a game she was beginning to understand she'd lost without having been aware she was playing. She stepped back from the door. Harry walked in. He walked down the hall and into the kitchen, and he sat down at the kitchen table, the actual kitchen table, with 4 chairs, where 3 people had eaten every meal of his life within earshot of him, and he put his hands flat on the surface of it and he felt the warmth in his chest pulse once, warmly, like a heartbeat confirming something. He was going to eat at this table. He was going to sleep in a bedroom. He was going to do these things for perhaps 2 more weeks, and then he was going to leave this house and not come back, and the people in it were going to spend those 2 weeks understanding, with increasing clarity, that the child they'd been paid to make small had come home from London a great deal larger than he'd left. Vernon appeared in the kitchen doorway. He looked at Harry sitting at the table. He turned a specific shade of puce that Harry recognized as the pre-eruption phase. He opened his mouth. "Mr. Dursley," Harry said, in a voice that was 6 years old and entirely level, "I had a very interesting day. You might want to read the letter before you decide how this evening goes." Vernon looked at the letter in Petunia's hand. Petunia looked at Vernon. Something passed between them that was not quite a conversation but contained the shape of several. Vernon sat down. He sat down at the kitchen table, across from Harry, and Petunia put the letter in front of him and they opened it together, heads bent over it, and Harry watched their faces change as they read, Vernon's pews cycling through several other colors on its way to something paler and more careful, Petunia's going through something more private and harder to read, and it was not satisfying in the triumphant way he might have expected. It was satisfying in a cleaner, quieter way. The way something is satisfying when it is simply true. Petunia made dinner. She made it for 4 people. She put it on the table in front of everyone, including Harry, without saying anything about it, and they ate, and the television was off, and the only sound was cutlery and the settling of the house around them, and outside the window the last of the day's light gave up the effort and let the evening begin. That night, for the first time in 6 years, Harry slept in Dudley's second bedroom, which was full of broken toys and a bed that was actually a bed, with an actual mattress, which Harry found almost bewilderingly comfortable. He lay on his back on it and stared at the ceiling and let the day process itself. 5 families. 5 bloodlines, each one significant on its own, converging in him. A vault full of documents and gold and a portrait of his parents. Legal machinery in motion. 2 weeks, maybe 3. He thought about Sirius Black in Azkaban. He thought about that with a specific focused attention, the way you think about a problem that is urgent and for which you do not yet have all the tools. Ragnarok said the petition would take time. The petition was filed. Time was passing. That was what was possible today, and it was more than had been possible yesterday, and that would have to be enough for tonight. He thought about Dumbledore reading his Morning Owl tomorrow and having no idea. He thought about the way his mother had said his name, the first syllable and then the world stopped, briefly, and then the second syllable, and how that sound was going to live inside him from now on like a key kept in a safe place, something you touched occasionally just to confirm it was still there. He fell asleep. He dreamed, for the first time he could remember, without the shadow of anything dark in it. Just light, and the smell of something green and living, and somewhere in the distance 2 people laughing. Outside on Privet Drive, in the mailbox at the end of the garden path, an owl sat for exactly 30 seconds with a letter from Albus Dumbledore in its talons, a letter that said, in Dumbledore's distinctive looping hand, "I understand you visited the bank today. We should talk," and then the owl left without delivering it, which owls did not typically do, and which this particular owl could not explain except that the address had felt wrong in the specific way that addresses feel wrong when the person they're meant for has already moved on from whatever story they were part of when the letter was written. The letter went undelivered. The house on Privet Drive sat quiet in the dark. Inside it, Harry Potter, Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin-Peverell, heir of 5 houses, 6 years old, sleeping in a bed for the first time, breathed steadily and did not dream of anything frightening at all. Chapter 3, Lord of 5 Houses. The formal inheritance ceremony was scheduled for a Saturday. Ragnarok had explained, when he'd sent the appointment through Braca, a sealed letter delivered by a Gringotts courier who was not an owl but a small, serious-faced goblin who handed it to Harry directly and waited for acknowledgement before leaving, that the ceremony was not optional in the technical sense. Accepting the lordships informally, through the diagnostic and the unsealing, had triggered the bloodline activations. But without the formal ceremony, the legal recognition didn't exist in any framework the wizarding world was bound to respect. The Wisengamot, the Ministry, the ICW, they all ran on paper and ritual and the specific magic of acknowledged inheritance. Without the ceremony Harry was, in their eyes, still simply the boy who lived, a ward of Albus Dumbledore, a footnote in someone else's narrative. With it, he was something else entirely. Harry had read the letter twice, put it in the loose floorboard under the bed where he kept his small collection of things, the book without a cover, a photograph Ragnarok had given him from the vault, a small flat stone he'd carried for 2 years because it fit perfectly in his palm, and spent the intervening week at Privet Drive in a state of charged waiting that he managed by reading everything Ragnarok had sent with the appointment letter. There was quite a lot to read. The history of the 5 houses alone took 3 evenings. Not dry history. Ragnarok had apparently had someone pull together primary documents, personal letters, original charters, the kinds of sources that were not the sanitized version taught at Hogwarts but the actual record of what these families had been and done and built. Harry read about Gringotts Peverell, the youngest brother, who had understood death better than his siblings and walked with it like a companion rather than an enemy. He read about Salazar Slytherin, not the villain of the Hogwarts founding myth, but the actual man, who was more complicated and more interesting and considerably more human than the portrait legend had made him. Brilliant and paranoid and deeply, genuinely afraid in ways that had curdled into something ugly, but afraid of specific things that had specific historical causes, and Harry thought that understanding the cause of a thing was not the same as excusing it but was considerably more useful than pretending it didn't exist. Merlin's records were the most fragmentary. The oldest sources were in Middle English and older, and one was in something that Harry thought might be Proto-Welsh. He could read pieces of it. The bloodline activation had done something to his facility with languages that he was still mapping, the way you map new territory by walking through it rather than studying it from above, and what he could read was less about power, which was what everyone said about Merlin, and more about responsibility, which was what the man himself apparently kept returning to in the letters and journals he'd left behind. Magic as stewardship. Magic as something held in trust for people who couldn't use it. Harry found that more interesting than the legends. The Blacks and Potters he felt he already knew, in the way you know people you've only heard about from other people who loved them. His parents' portrait had given him that, not just information but texture, the specific personality of these families expressed through James Potter's laugh and Lily Potter's precision and the stories they told about Doria Black's ability to make the entire family dinner table fall silent with a single look. He sat with all of it. He let it become part of what he knew about himself. The Dursleys had reorganized around him in the week since his return with the efficiency of people who had received a letter explaining the new terms clearly and had calculated that resistance was not cost-effective. Vernon didn't speak to him directly. Petunia made enough food and left his portion accessible. Dudley had cycled through confused aggression and landed on a wary neutrality that Harry had no particular feelings about. It wasn't warmth. It wasn't family. It was a temporary arrangement in its last days, and everyone in the house understood that, and the understanding made it easier in the specific way that knowing a thing will end makes it easier to move through. Saturday came. Braca arrived at 7 in the morning, which Harry appreciated, early, efficient, no excess ceremony about the getting there. He was ready at the door before she knocked. He'd spent the previous night pressing Dudley's least bad clothes into something approaching clean and tidy, and he looked, he thought, reasonably presentable for someone whose entire wardrobe was technically someone else's. Braca looked him over once with the expression of someone doing a rapid assessment and arriving at an acceptable result. "Ready?" she said. "Yes," Harry said. He didn't look back at the house. The journey to Gringotts was different this time. They didn't go through the leaky cauldron. They went through a different entrance, a door in a wall in a part of London that Harry wouldn't have been able to find again without help, that opened directly into a corridor in the bank's lower levels and bypassed the main hall entirely. "Private access," Braca said, "for formal proceedings." Harry noted that the guards at this entrance inclined their heads again as he passed. He was beginning to understand that the goblins knew something about him that most of the wizarding world didn't yet, and that they were expressing it, in their particular way, ahead of the world's knowledge catching up. Ragnarok was waiting in a chamber Harry hadn't seen before. It was larger than the ritual room where Ashfong had removed the seals, and more formally arranged. The floor had a permanent array of runes carved into it rather than drawn, deep-cut and old, and the walls were hung with tapestries that Harry didn't look at long enough to read in detail but that gave the impression of great age and accumulated weight. Several other goblins were present, standing at specific points around the room's perimeter, all in formal dark robes. In the center of the room was a stone dais, low and circular, about the size of a dinner table. On the dais were 5 objects. Harry looked at them. A ring, old gold, set with a deep red stone that had something moving in its depths, like a fire seen through very thick glass. A seal, flat, round, dark metal, with the black crest on it. A medallion on a heavy chain, green enamel, a serpent worked in silver across it, and Harry knew without being told that this was Slytherin, knew it in his blood, knew it the way you know your own heartbeat. A staff, very short, more a wand-length piece of ancient wood, really, carved at both ends, that Harry thought was Peverell. And a fifth object, which was set slightly apart from the others. The fifth object was a small plain book. No markings on its cover. No obvious ornamentation. It sat on the dais looking entirely unremarkable next to the more obviously significant objects around it, and it was somehow the one Harry kept returning to, the way your eye keeps returning to a quiet person in a loud room. Merlin's, Ragnarok confirmed, following Harry's gaze. What is it? His personal workbook. His magical theories. His correspondence with people who were themselves remarkable. Ragnarok paused. There is no equivalent object in the wizarding world. There are 3 institutions that would trade their entire libraries for that book. It has been in the deepest Gringotts vault for 400 years waiting for an heir of sufficient bloodline convergence to claim it. Another pause. Only you qualify. Harry looked at the book for another moment. Then he looked at the ring. What's the order? Potter first, Ragnarok said. Then Black, then Slytherin, then Peverell, then Merlin. The sequence follows bloodline age, oldest dormancy to most recent, so each activation has the previous ones as foundation. He walked to the edge of the dais. The ceremony is specific. For each house you will take the appropriate object, speak the acceptance oath, I'll speak it, you repeat, and the magic will confirm or deny the claim. If the claim is valid, the object bonds to you. And if it's not valid, then nothing happens. No object has ever rejected a legitimate heir in this chamber. He said it with the certainty of someone who has looked at the question from every angle and is confident in the answer. Walk to the dais, Mr. Potter. Harry walked to the dais. Up close, the objects had a quality he hadn't expected, not threatening, not dramatic, but present in the way that very old things are present, carrying the weight of everyone who had touched them before. He looked at the ring. The fire in the stone moved, very slowly, like it was looking back. Ready? Ragnarok said. Harry put his shoulders back. Yes. Ragnarok spoke the Potter oath in 3 languages, English, Latin, and Old Gobbledygook, and Harry repeated the English, which was enough for the magic to work with. He picked up the ring and the warmth in his chest did something, not dramatic, not theatrical, not the kind of showy explosion that wizarding ceremonies apparently sometimes produced, it just expanded outward through him like a wave moving through still water. Quiet. Certain. The ring settled on his finger and fit, which it shouldn't have at 6 years old, the band adjusting to exactly the right size with the automatic ease of something that had been waiting for precisely this hand. He looked at his hand. The red stone had gone still. Whatever fire was in it wasn't moving anymore, it was simply lit, steady, constant. House Potter recognizes its lord, Ragnarok said. They moved to the seal. The black oath was different in character, older in the English, the phrasing more archaic, and when Harry repeated it he felt the warmth in his chest add something to itself, a different note, the way a chord adds a note and the whole thing changes. The seal lifted from the dais and hovered for a moment at eye level. He was short, so eye level for Harry was not far from the dais, and then it simply moved toward his left hand and stopped, hovering over his palm without touching it, waiting. He closed his hand around it. It was warm. It went still. House Black recognizes its lord, Ragnarok said. Slytherin. Harry stood in front of the medallion and looked at the silver serpent worked across it. Before Ragnarok began the oath, the serpent moved. Just once, a single slow shift of the worked metal, a head turning, a tongue that flickered and was still. Harry looked at it. The gobbledygook-speaking goblins along the wall were very still. Ragnarok cleared his throat and began the oath. This one was in Parseltongue. Or rather, Ragnarok began it in Old English, and the magic shifted it, and what came out of Harry's mouth when he repeated it was not what had gone in. It was something else, something that moved differently in his mouth, that carried a different weight in the air. He was speaking Parseltongue and he knew it, and it was not strange. It was, if anything, the language that felt most native to whatever the bloodline activation had done to his speech, like finding out you'd been translating your own thoughts all along and could now simply stop. The serpent on the medallion unwound from the enamel, just the silver serpent, separating from the green background, becoming dimensional, becoming alive in the way that wasn't alive but was present, and wound itself around the chain and settled. The medallion floated to his chest and settled against him, cold through his shirt for just a second and then warm. Ragnarok's voice was very steady. House Slytherin recognizes its lord. One of the goblins on the wall said something very quiet in gobbledygook. Harry didn't catch all of it, but he caught enough, the last time this was spoken aloud, and then the sentence finished too quietly to follow. The Peverell staff. Harry picked it up and it felt like, he thought about this afterward, trying to find the right comparison, it felt like holding something that had seen everything. Not sad about it. Not burdened. Just aware. The wood was darker than it looked at a distance, and the carvings at each end were not decorative, he understood now, but functional, a specific language of form that he'd need time to learn. The oath for Peverell was the shortest of the four and the most direct, and when he finished it, the staff shortened further, it was already short, and then it seemed to simply cease being a staff and became, instead, a knowledge. He understood the hallows. Not their locations, not the specific fact of where each one was, but their nature, the logic of them, the internal consistency of what they were and why they'd been made. It settled into him like a puzzle piece that had always been waiting for its space. House Peverell recognizes its lord, Ragnarok said. Then he paused. The pause was different from the others. The pauses between the previous oaths had been transitional, one moment moving into the next. This pause had a quality of preparation about it, and Ragnarok stood straighter, and the goblins along the wall shifted slightly, redistributing their weight as if bracing for something. Harry looked at the book. The book looked back at him. This oath, Ragnarok said, cannot be translated. I will speak it in the original, a form of Old Welsh that predates the Middle English sources. You do not need to understand it. The magic understands. You only need to mean it. Mean what? Harry asked. The terms of Merlin's line are different from the others, Ragnarok said. The other houses pass to heirs by blood. Merlin's line passes to heirs by blood and by choice. The magic evaluates both. It looks for the blood, which you have, and it looks for the intent. What you mean to do with it. He looked at Harry directly. So I ask you now, plainly, before the oath, what do you intend to do with what you've been given today? The room was very quiet. Harry thought about the question honestly, which was the only way he knew how to think about anything. He thought about his parents' portrait and the underlined clause in the will and the vault that had been drained and Sirius Black in a prison he didn't belong in. He thought about Pettigrew, somewhere, alive, carrying the weight of what he'd done and whether he'd lost any sleep over it. He thought about Dumbledore writing a letter that an owl had refused to deliver. He thought about the book behind the water pipes, the 12 missing pages, the story that had started in the middle of a sentence about a boy on a ship who had found a map. I'm going to fix what's been broken, he said. And build what should have been built to begin with. Ragnarok held his gaze for a moment. Then he turned to face the dais and he spoke the oath in Old Welsh, and it was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever heard, not melodically, not in the way music was beautiful, but in the way certain true things were beautiful, the way a mathematical proof was beautiful, the way an argument that could not be refuted was beautiful. It was precise and it was very, very old and it rang in the chamber like a bell struck in the depths of a mountain. Harry repeated it. He didn't understand the words. He meant them absolutely. The book didn't hover. It didn't float or glow or do anything visual at all. It simply became his, he felt the moment it happened, a clear and distinct shift in the quality of his awareness, a fifth note added to the chord that was now playing constantly in his chest, and this one was different from the others. Deeper. Quieter. More fundamental, like the bass line under everything else. He picked it up. It was warm. It was lighter than it looked. House Merlin, Ragnarok said, and his voice had changed very slightly, recognizes its lord. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full in the way of spaces that have just witnessed something that will be discussed for a long time afterward. The goblins on the wall were absolutely still. Ragnarok stood with his hands clasped behind him and looked at Harry with an expression that had moved entirely beyond assessment into something that was, quietly and without any performance, awe. Harry stood on the dais with a ring on his finger and a seal in his pocket and a medallion warm against his chest and a book in his hand, and 5 inheritances settled inside him like 5 voices that had found their harmony, and he thought about the word complete that he'd found after the seals were removed, and found that it was still accurate but had expanded. More than complete. Fully present. Fully himself, which was something he hadn't known he was missing until he had it. He stepped off the dais. "What happens now?" he asked. Ragnarok smiled. It was a goblin smile, which was a specific and somewhat alarming thing involving more teeth than most beings considered appropriate, but it was genuine, and Harry had come to understand that Ragnarok's smiles were precisely calibrated to the actual magnitude of the occasion. This one was the widest Harry had seen. "Now," Ragnarok said, "the wizarding world discovers that its political landscape has changed significantly while it wasn't paying attention." They went back to the conference room. Sharpwit had paper ready, which Harry appreciated. He had things to write down while the clarity of the morning was fresh. He sat at the table and uncapped a pen, a normal Muggle ballpoint, which he'd brought from Privet Drive, in his pocket because he found quills impractical, and wrote a list. The list was short. He'd found that lists got worse as they got longer, that the useful information was always in the first 5 things and the rest was elaboration. Serious, petition status. Pettigrew, what's possible. Guardianship, timeline. Gringotts formal statement, when public. Hogwarts, letter expected age 11. What happens before then? He looked at the list. Added one more item. Properties. "How many do I have?" he asked Ragnarok, who had taken the chair across from him with the ease of someone for whom this table had become a regular workspace. "Across all 5 estates, 18, at last count." Ragnarok watched Harry's expression, which didn't change dramatically. "Most are in trust status, maintained by Gringotts Property Management. Several require decontamination of previous occupation, the black properties in particular, which have not been lived in since Sirius Black's imprisonment, and which Walburga Black, his mother, occupied for some time before her death in ways that left considerable magical residue." "Grimmauld Place," Harry said. The name surfaced from the family tree he'd read. "Black family home." "Yes. Also Blackmoor in Scotland, Pendragon Cottage in Wales, that one is the Merlin property, and it is." Ragnarok paused, and Harry had the impression Ragnarok was choosing between professional understatement and something more accurate, extraordinary. "Even by the standards of today. Is it habitable?" "It is in the best condition of all 18 because it has maintained itself. Merlin's magic is still active in the structure." Ragnarok folded his hands on the table. "It would be a suitable primary residence. Safe. Secure. Far better, in every conceivable way, than Privet Drive." Harry thought about this. "Can we use it as my legal address for the guardianship challenge? As the alternative residence?" "We already have," Sharpwit called from across the room, where he was bent over a scroll with the focused energy of someone who had been waiting for permission to do a thing he'd already done. He looked up, apparently realizing this needed justification. "It anticipates the obvious next step," he said, unrepentantly. Harry looked at Sharpwit with something that was the beginning of appreciation. "Good," he said. The session shifted into business, the same focused, documented kind of conversation that Harry had come to find natural over the past week, moving through the items on his list with the efficiency of people who had prepared for this. The serious petition had been formally filed 3 days ago and had already generated a response from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which Ragnarok described as defensive rather than compliant. They were requesting documentation, stalling, doing the specific bureaucratic shuffle of people who had made a decision they didn't want to revisit. Harry read the response and identified the 3 specific points where it was weakest. "They're saying there's no grounds for review because there was no irregular process," Harry said. "They're asserting the process was regular." "Yes. But the process can't have been regular because there's no trial record." He tapped the relevant page. "If the process was regular, there's a trial record. If there's no trial record, there was no process. Their argument refutes itself." Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. "You are 6, he said. "Nearly 7, Harry said. "What happens when we point that out formally?" "They'll move to the next objection, which will be that new evidence submitted after a decade requires extraordinary cause. And our extraordinary cause is, the suppression of a legitimate heir's legal status, conducted by the same person who arranged the original imprisonment, which constitutes a conflict of interest in the original proceedings." Ragnarok tilted his head. "It's strong. Stronger than they're expecting. The honest answer is that we are likely to win this argument, the question is how long they can delay it." "So we apply pressure," Harry said. "Publicly." Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. "Define publicly." "The Gringotts' formal statement about the vault fraud, the illegal guardianship, the suppression charms, when was that going to be released?" "It was going to be held until the legal processes were further advanced, to avoid, release it now," Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him. "The delay is protecting the wrong people," Harry said. "Every day the statement is held as a day Sirius Black is in Azkaban. Release it, and the DMLE has to respond publicly, not just in correspondence, and public responses are harder to make dishonest than private ones." He paused. "Also, Dumbledore is going to figure out what we're doing eventually. I'd rather he figure it out when it's already in the profit and too late to quietly make things go away." The room was quiet for a moment. Sharpwit made a sound that was unmistakably a suppressed laugh. He turned back to his scroll with excessive innocence. Ragnarok looked at Harry for a long moment, not reluctantly, not with hesitation, but with the expression of someone updating a previously held assessment. "You understand," he said, "that releasing this statement will almost certainly prompt Dumbledore to come to Gringotts." "Good," Harry said. "I'd like to be here when he does." "You won't be," Ragnarok said. "You're 6, Mr. Potter, and there are legal reasons why a minor cannot be present at certain proceedings, even an emancipated minor, until the emancipation is formally confirmed." He held up a hand before Harry could respond. "I understand your instinct. But there are things that strategy does better than directness. Dumbledore coming to Gringotts to manage the situation will find that the situation is not manageable. He will find documents that have already been filed, a statement that has already been released, petitions that are already in process. Coming here angry changes nothing except his blood pressure." Harry thought about this. "Fine," he said. "But I want to be told what he says when he comes." "Every word," Ragnarok said. "I'll have the transcript ready." The afternoon was quieter. The formal ceremony was complete, the major decisions made, and Harry sat in the conference room reading sections of Merlin's book while Sharpwit and 2 other goblins worked on documents nearby. The book was not, as he'd half expected, full of spells or dramatic magical theory or the kind of grand pronouncements that Merlin's legend suggested. It was intensely practical. Observations, experiments, failed attempts and what they'd taught, correspondence between Merlin and people Harry recognized from history alongside people he'd never heard of who were apparently remarkable in their own time. The handwriting changed across the book's sections, spanning decades of Merlin's life, and the change in the handwriting alone told a story, the assured confidence of the middle years, the slower and more deliberate hand of old age, and scattered throughout the early sections, something urgent and searching that was the writing of someone young and working very hard to understand something enormous. Harry identified with the early sections most. He found, near the middle of the book, a passage that was underlined in what appeared to be a different hand from Merlin's, added later, perhaps by an archivist or by someone who'd had access to the book before it was vaulted. It said, in the Old Welsh, that Harry was already finding he could read more of than he should have been able to. The question is not what magic will do for you. The question is what you will do for the world that contains it. He looked at that for a while. Outside the conference room window, London was doing what London did in the afternoon, busy and indifferent and ongoing, full of people who had no idea that 6 floors below street level a boy with 2 big shoes was sitting in a goblin bank reading a 1500-year-old book and thinking about what he was going to build with everything he'd just inherited. Braca came at 4 to take him back. Harry packed the book in the inside pocket of Dudley's coat, where it fit exactly, slightly smaller than it looked, the way magical objects often were. He stopped in the doorway of the conference room and looked back at Sharpwit and the others. "The statement," he said. "When does it go out?" Sharpwit looked at the scroll he'd been working on. "It's ready. Director Ragnarok approves it, it goes to the Prophet tonight. It'll be in tomorrow's paper." "Front page," Sharpwit said, with the absolute satisfaction of someone who had written a particularly good front page story and has been waiting to see it run. Harry nodded. "Good." He left. The car ride back was quieter than the previous ones. Not uncomfortable, just quiet in the way that follows something significant, the body doing the work of catching up with events the mind has already moved past. The view through the windows was countryside this time, rolling green under a late afternoon sky that was doing something spectacular with light and cloud that Harry watched without trying to name it. Just watched it. He thought about his parents. Not with the sadness he might have expected. The sadness was there, would always be there, had become simply part of the landscape of his interior life in the same way the scar on his forehead was part of his face. But underneath it, and increasingly more substantial, gratitude. Lily Potter had carried Slytherin's line without knowing it and had loved a Potter, and out of that love had come Harry, and Harry carried both, and whatever had been intended or not intended, here he was. Here he was with 5 inheritances settled inside him and a book in his pocket and the warmth of them in his chest like a fire that had finally found its hearth. He thought about James Potter saying per ardua fidelis. Through adversity, faithful. He thought about Privet Drive coming into view shortly, and then 2 weeks, maybe 3, and then not. He thought about Sirius Black. He thought about Dumbledore reading the Daily Prophet over his breakfast tomorrow, in whatever castle or office or perfectly arranged space of benevolent authority he occupied, and the exact shape the morning would take on when he saw the front page. Privet Drive appeared. The Dursleys were in the sitting room with the television on. Petunia looked up when he came in, a quick, assessing look that was nothing like the face she'd worn for 6 years, the practiced non-seeing of someone choosing not to look at an inconvenient thing. She looked at him now. Fully. Something in her expression was doing complex mathematics. Harry went upstairs without saying anything. He sat on the edge of the real mattress bed and opened Merlin's book and read until the light went and then sat in the dark for a while with his hand resting flat on the closed cover. Tomorrow the wizarding world would learn that something had changed. Tonight he was simply a boy in a room that was too full of broken toys, sitting in the dark with a book he'd just inherited from the most powerful wizard who had ever lived, thinking about everything that came next and finding that he was not, in any way that mattered, afraid. The ring on his finger caught the light from the window, just a streak of gold in the darkness, and the fire in the stone was steady and warm and constant. He went to sleep. Chapter 4, The Black Air. The Daily Prophet landed on the Dursleys' doormat at 7:15 on a Sunday morning. Harry was already awake. He'd been awake since 6, sitting cross-legged on the bed with Merlin's book open and a cup of tea he'd made himself because the kitchen was empty and he'd decided some time ago that waiting for permission to use a kettle was a form of smallness he was done with. He heard the paper arrive, a different sound from the Muggle post, a sharper slap, the specific noise of something delivered with slightly more velocity than necessary, and he came downstairs and picked it up before Petunia appeared. The front page was everything Sharpwit had promised. Gringotts bank drops bombshell, boy WHO lived robbed, suppressed, hidden exclusive statement from director Ragnarok reveals years of illegal activity surrounding Harry Potter's inheritance. The article was 4 columns wide and continued on pages 2, 3, and 5. Harry stood in the hallway and read it in its entirety, which took 7 minutes, and it was thorough in the way that only documents prepared by goblins who had spent a week organizing evidence could be thorough. Every number was cited. Every date was cited. The illegal guardianship. The tampered will. The vault drainage. The suppression charms, described in clinical detail that made them sound exactly as serious as they were. Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial was given its own section with a subheading that read "Where is the trial record?" in bold text that Harry suspected was Sharpwit's personal contribution. Dumbledore was named 14 times. Harry counted. Petunia came downstairs and stopped when she saw him standing in the hall with the paper. She looked at the front page from a distance, close enough to see the headline, far enough to be making a choice about how closely she read it. Something moved across her face. "Tease on," Harry said, and went back upstairs. He spent the rest of the morning reading the response coverage on his father's old wireless. He'd found it in the vault during his second visit, small and old and charmed to pick up wizarding broadcasts, which arrived faster than he'd expected. The wizarding wireless news ran the Gringotts story at 8 and again at 9 with additional commentary, and by 10 there were 3 different voices arguing about it in overlapping paragraphs of outrage, skepticism, and the specific kind of careful hedging that people deployed when they weren't sure which way the tide was running and didn't want to be caught on the wrong side. Nobody defended Dumbledore outright. That was interesting. 2 voices questioned Gringotts' motives. One pointed out that goblins had historically used financial disputes to exert political leverage and that a more nuanced reading, Harry found this particular voice intensely irritating in the specific way that deliberate obtuseness was irritating, suggested the statement might be something other than straightforward revelation. But nobody said Dumbledore wouldn't do this. Nobody produced a counterargument rooted in the man's character. They questioned the source and the timing and the motives of the bank, and they were conspicuously silent on the man himself. Harry noted that. Filed it. Continued listening. The owl arrived at 11. Not Dumbledore's. He'd apparently learned something from the previous owl's refusal, or he was being more careful, or he was in a meeting. This owl was official Ministry Brown, carrying a sealed letter with the DMLE stamp. Harry broke the seal and read it. Formal notification. The petition for review of Sirius Black's imprisonment status had been escalated to the office of the head Auror following the Gringotts statement. A hearing date was being established. They would be in contact with Gringotts representatives within 10 business days. 10 business days. Harry read that twice. Then he picked up the small piece of parchment Ragnarok had left him, an emergency contact procedure, a specific tapping sequence on any Gringotts coin that would bring a communication goblin within the hour, and he tapped it. Sharpwit arrived in 40 minutes. He was slightly out of breath and entirely delighted. 10 business days is too long, Harry said, before Sharpwit was fully through the door. Agreed, Sharpwit said cheerfully. I've already drafted the response. Gringotts is formally requesting an emergency session under the Noble House provisions, Lord of 2 noble houses in formal dispute with the Ministry's handling of an associated party. Under the 1714 Charter, that requires a session within 5 days. Can they refuse? They can try. Sharpwit set his satchel on the kitchen table. Petunia, who had appeared in the doorway, made a specific face at this but did not say anything, and pulled out a scroll. They can't succeed. The charter is pre-ministry. It outranks their procedural rules. They know it and we know it and they know we know it. He paused. The fun part is that the 1714 charter was written by a Potter. Your ancestor, specifically. He was apparently also the kind of person who didn't wait for permission. Harry looked at the scroll. 5 days, he said. 5 days, Sharpwit confirmed. Possibly less if we apply the secondary pressure clause, which involves formally notifying every sitting Wisengamot member of the petition and requesting their attendance, which is technically optional but politically inadvisable to skip. Do it, Harry said. Sharpwit already had his quill out. Petunia made tea for Sharpwit, which was so unexpected that Harry watched the transaction with genuine interest. She did it without commenting on it, setting a cup at the goblin's elbow with the precise efficiency of someone performing a task they've decided falls under the category of household management rather than hospitality. Sharpwit thanked her with complete sincerity and she retreated, and Harry thought that the last 2 weeks had done something interesting to Petunia Desley that he hadn't fully mapped yet and probably didn't need to. The hearing was set for Thursday. 4 days. Harry spent them reading and preparing and having daily communication sessions with Sharpwit or Ragnarok that had taken on the quality of a working relationship that neither of them had planned on but all parties found functional. He read the relevant sections of wizarding law regarding prisoners held without trial. There were more such sections than he'd expected, which said something about the frequency of the problem, and he read the specific provisions of the emergency session clause and the evidence requirements and what constituted sufficient grounds for immediate release versus release pending investigation. The distinction mattered. Release pending investigation meant Sirius was free but not cleared, still suspected, still legally compromised, still unable to reclaim his own identity and property fully. Full exoneration required evidence, testimony, and a verdict. Harry wanted the full exoneration. Ragnarok had told him to be realistic about what Thursday could achieve. Harry had told Ragnarok he was being realistic. They'd had a brief pause in the conversation at that point. The thing he couldn't solve was Pettigrew. The portrait testimony from his parents established Pettigrew's guilt theoretically, or rather, it established that James Potter believed Pettigrew was the secret keeper and the betrayer, which was significant but was not the same as physical proof. What Harry needed was for Pettigrew to either be produced, alive, somewhere, or at Animagus hiding in plain sight, which was a problem he couldn't solve from Privet Drive, or for the absence of his actual body to be formally established as suspicious. One finger. 12 years ago. Convenient explosion. No wand, no investigation, no follow-up. He wrote a memo to Ragnarok outlining this and asking whether Gringotts had any resources that might be applied to the problem of locating an Animagus who had been hiding as a pet rat for over a decade. He kept the memo short. He suspected Ragnarok would understand the implication without it being spelled out. Ragnarok's response came back in 2 hours and said, "We have resources. Working on it." Thursday came overcast and cold, the sky the particular flat grey of English autumn doing its thing early, and Harry woke up and dressed in the cleanest combination of available clothes and ate breakfast at the kitchen table without incident and waited for Braca. She arrived at 8. She had someone with her, another goblin Harry hadn't met, introduced as Steelclaw, who was the Gringotts legal representative for the hearing. Steelclaw was older than Sharpwit and had the energy of someone who had been winning legal arguments since before most of the people they were about to argue against were born, which was probably true. "The ministry is expecting a Gringotts representative," Steelclaw said, in the car. "They are not expecting the client." "I'm not testifying," Harry said. "I'm observing. Minors don't typically observe Wisengamot proceedings. Emancipated minors with active noble house petitions have the right of attendance under the same 1714 charter provision that forced the session," Harry said. He checked. "Twice. I'm going." Steelclaw looked at him. Then she looked at Braca. Then she looked back at Harry. "You've read the charter. Relevant sections." She turned back to face forward. "Yes," she said, in a tone of distinct professional respect. "You're going." The Ministry of Magic was underground, reached through a telephone box that deposited them in a marble atrium that Harry looked at with the quiet assessment of someone cataloging a new space. Grand and echoing and designed, he thought, to make people feel small in a way that served a specific function. The fountain in the middle, golden figures, a wizard and witch standing above other beings looking upward, he looked at for slightly longer than the atrium, and what he felt looking at it was not awe but something more critical that he filed away for later. They went through the security checkpoint, wand registration, which Harry didn't have a wand, which caused a brief bureaucratic confusion that Steelclaw handled with the efficiency of someone who had anticipated exactly this, and into the lifts and down to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The hearing room was not the full Wizengamot chamber. It was a smaller room, semicircular, with tiered seating for about 40 people and a central area with a single chair. The chair had chains on it that were currently still, coiled and passive, which Harry looked at and thought that the existence of the chains said something specific about how the Ministry imagined the relationship between authority and the people it summoned. The room was fuller than Harry had expected. Steelclaw had apparently not been exaggerating when she said that notifying all sitting Wizengamot members tended to produce attendance. About 30 people were present, in the plum robes of Wizengamot members, and their faces when Harry walked in behind the Gringotts representatives produced a variety of expressions that were all variations on the same theme. This was not what they'd expected. He was 6. He was small. He was wearing the best combination of Dudley's clothes that he'd managed to assemble, which was still not very impressive. He walked in and found a seat in the observer's gallery and sat down and didn't arrange his expression in any particular way, just watched, steady and present, as the room settled around his arrival. He recognized Cornelius Fudge from photographs. The ministry documents had included several, because Ragnarok apparently believed in comprehensive preparation. The Minister for Magic was a round-faced man in a lime-green bowler hat who was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who had received several consecutive pieces of bad news and was beginning to suspect more were incoming. Beside him sat a woman Harry didn't recognize, with a short, powerful build and an expression of such precise blankness that it had to be deliberate. Dumbledore was not present. Harry had wondered about this. He'd wondered whether Dumbledore would come, whether the statement in the Prophet and the hearing notification would draw him here to manage the situation in person. His absence said something. Not quite what, yet. Harry stored it. The hearing was called to order by a witch named Griselda Marchbanks, who appeared to be approximately 900 years old and moved through the room with the quiet authority of someone who had long since stopped performing competence and simply had it. She looked at Harry once when he came in and her expression was impossible to read, which Harry thought was probably an accomplishment she'd worked at. Steelclaw presented the Gringotts case, which was, Harry had read the documents, he knew what was in them, but hearing Steelclaw deliver it was something else. She was precise. She was devastating in her precision. She moved through the evidence in the order that made each piece reinforce the last, and the absence of a trial record was presented not as an oversight but as a structural impossibility. If Sirius Black had been tried and convicted, the record existed somewhere. They had searched every relevant archive. It did not exist. Therefore there was no conviction. Therefore the imprisonment was illegal under 17 separate provisions of wizarding law, 3 Goblin Ministry treaties, and the basic philosophical premise that incarceration required due process. Then she presented the vault portraits. The enchanted reproduction of Harry's parents' testimony, Ragnarok had arranged for a certified copy, witnessed and sealed, which had the same legal standing as the original, was read into the record by Marchbanks herself. Lily Potter's voice in the quiet room naming Peter Pettigrew. James Potter's voice, steady and certain, saying he gave us to Voldemort and framed Sirius. The room was very quiet during this. Harry watched the faces. Fudge had the expression of someone calculating at speed. Several Wizengamot members were visibly disturbed, the kind of disturbance that was actually about the facts rather than the politics. One older wizard near the back had gone completely still in the specific way of someone who had known something was wrong for a long time and was now watching the proof arrive. Steelclaw concluded with the formal demand, immediate release pending full exoneration proceedings, with a hearing for formal exoneration to be scheduled within 30 days. Fudge's representative, a thin man with the practiced fluency of someone whose job was to talk until situations went away, stood and delivered exactly the response Harry had anticipated, which was 3 objections recycled from the DMLE correspondence with some additional language about procedural stability and precedent. Steelclaw took approximately 4 minutes to dismantle all 3 objections. Then Marchbanks looked at Fudge. She didn't say anything. She just looked at him, with the expression of 900 years of watching people choose between what was right and what was convenient. Fudge tugged at his bowler hat. He looked at his representative. He looked at the sealed documents on the table. He looked at Harry, in the observer's gallery, who looked back at him without any particular expression. The Ministry, Fudge said carefully, acknowledges the strength of the evidence presented and agrees to the immediate review of Mr. Black's imprisonment status. He paused. A formal release order will be prepared today pending completion of standard, today, Steelclaw said. Fudge blinked. I beg your, Mr. Black will be released from Azkaban today, Steelclaw said. It had the quality of a fact being stated rather than a demand being made, which was the most effective rhetorical posture available, and she knew it. Gringotts will provide transport. The Ministry will provide the release authorization. Standard processing can follow the actual release of an illegally imprisoned man rather than precede it. The room waited. Fudge tugged at his hat again. Very well, he said, in the tone of a man who has identified the path of least resistance and is taking it with as much dignity as he can manage. A release authorization will be signed today. Marchbanks brought down her gavel. Session concluded. Mr. Fudge, I'd like a word. The release authorization was signed by 3 in the afternoon. Harry waited in a ministry conference room while Steelclaw handled the paperwork. There was a great deal of it, stamped and counter-stamped and witnessed in the specific procedural theater that bureaucracies performed around things they'd have preferred not to do, and he sat at the conference table and read Merlin's book and was not impatient, particularly, because impatience required believing the outcome was uncertain. Braca came to the conference room at 3:45. Transport is arranged, she said. The Gringotts representatives will collect Mr. Black from Azkaban directly. Harry closed the book. I'm going. Braca looked at him. There is no legal prohibition on an emancipated minor accompanying a Gringotts representative to collect a client, Harry said. He paused. Is there? Braca considered this with the expression of someone who knew the answer and was deciding whether saying it served anyone well. No, she said finally. Then I'm going. Azkaban was real in a way that photographs didn't capture. It rose from the sea like something the water had rejected, dark and immovable, surrounded by a grey that was the color of a sound you didn't want to hear more clearly. Harry stood on the Gringotts boat, a flat, fast, magically propelled thing that crossed the water with efficient indifference to the waves, and looked at it and felt the cold of it before they were close enough for it to be temperature. Something else. Something old and wrong that sat in the air around the island like a stain. He understood Dementors before he saw them. They came with the cold, a deepening cold, cold that had nothing to do with the sea air, cold that came from inside. Harry put his hand in his coat pocket and closed it around Merlin's book and felt the warmth of it push back, steady and constant, and the Dementors, 3 of them, circling the boat, reacted to that warmth. He saw them stop. He saw them hover, hooded and huge, and he looked at them directly and felt the warmth in his chest pulse once, deliberately, like something saying no, and the Dementors moved away. Braca watched this without comment. Her expression was doing the thing that Harry had come to recognize in her as the equivalent of a human jaw dropping. They docked. The Ministry Auror who had come with them, a tall woman named Moody, one eye normal and one eye extraordinary, who had spoken precisely 12 words during the entire journey and all of them useful, handled the entry paperwork with the practiced speed of someone who had done this before and had feelings about it. Harry followed behind her and Braca and tried to breathe through what the inside of Azkaban felt like, which was a task that required most of his available attention. The Dementors kept their distance. He noticed the other prisoners as they moved through the corridors but didn't look at them directly, not because they were frightening but because looking felt like an intrusion into something private that should not be this public. He kept his eyes forward. The cell was at the end of a corridor on the 4th level. The Auror opened it and stood back. Sirius Black was in the corner. Harry had looked at photographs, the vault had several, and he'd found more in the Black family file that Ragnarok had assembled. He'd prepared himself for the difference between the photographs and the reality, for the 12 years that had passed. He hadn't quite prepared himself for this. Sirius was thin in the way of people who had not been adequately fed for a long time, hunched in the corner in prison clothes that were gray from age and much washing, hair long and tangled and still mostly dark. He looked up when the door opened and his eyes, gray, and Harry knew those eyes from the family portraits, quick and dark and full of life, his eyes were there. Underneath the damage, underneath 12 years of dementors and cold and isolation and everything that Azkaban did to a person, the eyes were still there. He looked at the aura first. Then at Braca. Then at Harry. And Harry watched the moment Sirius Black recognized him, watched it happen in the gray eyes. It wasn't the scar, Harry thought, or not only, it was something else, some combination of the black hair and the green eyes and whatever expression Harry was wearing that was perhaps recognizable in a way he couldn't have predicted. Sirius's face went through 6 things in the space of 2 seconds, each of them large and complicated and moving too fast to name, and then it landed on something that was not quite composed but was trying to be. "Harry," Sirius said. His voice was rough from disuse, the word coming out in 2 careful syllables, like he was making sure he had it right. "Sirius," Harry said. A pause. Something passing between them that had no name yet, that was the start of something neither of them had the language for from the outside, that would take time to become what it was eventually going to be. "You're very small," Sirius said. "You're very thin," Harry said. Something moved across Sirius's face that was not quite a smile but contained the shape of one, the muscle memory of an expression fighting its way back through 12 years of not being used. "I didn't do it," Sirius said. It came out raw, unguarded, the voice of someone who had been saying it to walls for so long that saying it to a person felt dangerous. "I know," Harry said. "My parents told me." Silence. "Lily and James are, their portraits. In the vault." Harry paused. "Dad's handwriting on the will matches the signature on their marriage certificate, which is a primary document. Mum named Pettigrew specifically. The Gringotts legal team has already built most of the exoneration case." He looked at Sirius directly. "You're getting out today. Full exoneration proceedings start within 30 days. Pettigrew is still alive, we think, and we're working on locating him." Sirius stared at him. He stared for a long time with the expression of a person whose mind is working very hard to process information it has been waiting for so long that receiving it feels like a foreign language. "How?" he said. "It's a long story," Harry said. "I'll tell you all of it. But right now, can you stand?" Sirius stood. It took effort, more than it should have, the dementors and the cold and the years doing their accounting, but he stood, and when he was upright there was something in him that was not broken, that was still Sirius Black underneath everything that had been done to him, stubborn and present and beginning, already, to burn. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I can stand." "Good." Harry looked at the aura. "We're done here." They took Sirius directly to St. Mungo's. Ragnarok had arranged this in advance, a private room, a healer who was on Gringotts' retainer and who operated, as Ragnarok put it, outside the Ministry's information network. Harry stayed until Sirius was settled and the healer had done the initial assessment and used several words that Harry noted for later reading and told them that the physical recovery would take some weeks but was entirely possible, and the other recovery, the healer's voice on this was careful and humane, would take longer. "How long?" Harry asked. "That's not the kind of thing that has a fixed timeline," the healer said. "I know. I'm asking for a reasonable estimate so I can plan appropriately." The healer looked at him. This expression was one Harry was getting used to, the slight recalibration people did when a 6-year-old turned out to be doing something more complicated than being 6, and said, "Months. Perhaps longer." Harry nodded. "Whatever he needs." Sirius, from the bed, said, "I'm right here." "I know," Harry said. "I was asking the healer because she has the relevant expertise and you've been in Azkaban for 12 years and possibly don't have the most objective perspective on your own recovery." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "You're going to be absolutely insufferable, aren't you?" "Probably," Harry said. It runs in the family apparently. The thing on Sirius's face became an actual smile, the first real one, crooked and familiar and somehow entirely itself even after 12 years of not being used. He turned his face away from Harry toward the window and the smile stayed and his eyes were bright in a way that was not tears exactly but was adjacent to them, the bright of someone discovering that something they'd been afraid to believe in turns out to be real. Harry sat in the chair beside the bed and didn't say anything, and Sirius looked out the window at London going about its business in the afternoon light, and they stayed like that for a while in the quiet of a room where something broken was, slowly and carefully, beginning to consider being otherwise. The full story, Sirius said eventually, not turning from the window. You said you'd tell me. All of it, Harry confirmed. Start from the beginning. The beginning is a cupboard under some stairs, Harry said. It gets better after that. Sirius turned from the window then, and looked at him, and the smile had gone somewhere more serious. Harry, I'm all right, Harry said. It was true. He said it the way true things are said, cleanly and without excess. I'm all right, and you're out, and there's a lot of work still to do, but the part that was the worst, the part where nobody knew and nothing moved and everything was sealed and held down, he paused, that part is over. Sirius looked at him for a long time. James would have absolutely no idea what to do with you, he said finally. Harry thought about his father's laugh in the vault. About per ardua fidelis on the door. About a man who had underlined under any circumstances twice. I think he'd figure it out, Harry said. Outside the window, London was going gold with late afternoon, the sky doing something complicated and beautiful that neither of them looked at because they were looking at each other, the godfather and the godson finding the first careful shape of what they were to each other, in a room that smelled of healing potions and clean linen and the particular sharpness of a door opened after a long time in the dark. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. 3 years passed the way years do when they're full, not slowly, not quickly, but completely, each one distinct, each one leaving Harry measurably different from the person who had started it. He left Privet Drive 16 days after the inheritance ceremony. The emancipation was confirmed by the Gringotts family chamber on a Tuesday, processed by a clerk who had apparently not read the full file before the hearing and spent most of the session doing visible mental recalibration. Harry's legal residence became Pendragon Cottage, which was in the Welsh Hills 2 hours from Cardiff and was, as Ragnock had described it and as Harry discovered the moment he walked through the door, extraordinary. Not large. Not grand in the way that Grimmauld Place was grand, which was the grandness of money performing itself. Pendragon Cottage was built into a hillside the way a hand fits into a glove, stone walls thick enough to lean against comfortably, rooms that had the quality of spaces that understood their own purpose. The magic in the structure was old and pervasive and entirely benign. The house maintained itself, heated itself, lit its lanterns at dusk and opened its windows at dawn, and responded to Harry in small ways from the first day, as if it had been waiting and was glad he'd arrived. He had 2 tutors. The first was a witch named Miriam Vance, who was 73 and had retired from Hogwarts 15 years ago and had opinions about the current curriculum that she expressed in the precise, devastating way of someone who had spent 40 years watching a thing be done badly and had been waiting for the opportunity to say so at length. She taught Harry everything Hogwarts would eventually teach, but from the primary sources rather than the textbooks, and she had the approach of someone who believed that understanding why a spell worked was not merely interesting but entirely the point. Harry found he agreed with her completely. The second tutor was Ragnock himself, who arrived every other Thursday and taught Harry 2 things, goblin magic theory, which was not the same as wizard magic theory and which expanded Harry's understanding of what magic was and could do in ways he was still mapping 3 years on, and something that Ragnock called applied consequence thinking, which was essentially politics and strategy framed as its own discipline. These sessions were the most challenging and the most useful, and they consistently ran over time because Harry kept asking questions that Ragnock found genuinely interesting to answer. He studied Merlin's book every day. Not the whole of it, he'd stopped trying to do the whole of it at once, which was a lesson the book had taught him by the end of the first week when he tried to push through the advanced theoretical sections and the book had, with the quiet finality of a door closing, stopped making sense. It worked in sequence. It gave what you were ready for. Harry had stopped fighting this and started treating the book as a teacher rather than a text, which turned out to be exactly right, and the book responded by opening sections to him at a rate that suggested it approved. Sirius came to live at Pendragon Cottage 8 months after Azkaban. The exoneration hearing had been, in Steelclaw's professional assessment, a legal triumph. In Sirius's emotional experience it had been several of the hardest hours he'd had since Azkaban, which was a significant claim. He'd sat in the chair in the Wizengamot chamber, chains, but they hadn't closed, recognizing that he wasn't there as a prisoner, and answered questions in a steady voice that only broke once, on the question of what he'd thought when he'd heard James and Lily were dead. Harry had been in the observer's gallery for this, and he'd watched Sirius find the composure to answer and had understood something new about what courage actually looked like, which was not the absence of the thing breaking you but the decision to speak through it anyway. Pettigrew was the unsolved problem. Ragnarok's people had confirmed he was alive. There were traces, specific magical signatures of an animagus transformation that Gringotts' more unusual resources could detect, moving through the south of England, inconsistent with the behavior of an actual rat. Peter Pettigrew was out there somewhere in someone's home being fed cheese and sleeping in a warm place, and Harry thought about this with a focused and patient anger that had nothing to do with revenge and everything to do with the fact that Sirius's exoneration was legally complete but morally incomplete while Pettigrew was still free. He would be found. Harry had added it to his list and crossed it out of the immediate column and into the in progress column, and that was where it would stay until it moved to done. Sirius's recovery was slow and real and non-linear in the way the healer had described, good weeks and harder ones, mornings where he came to breakfast with his eyes clear and his laugh close to the surface and evenings where Harry would find him sitting in the garden looking at nothing in particular with an expression that needed company more than conversation. Harry had learned to distinguish between these, to sit beside him in the garden and not say anything, which was sometimes the most useful thing available. They had become, in 3 years, something that didn't map cleanly onto the word family as most people used it but was perhaps truer to what the word was trying to mean, two people who had chosen each other, who had become necessary to each other, who knew each other's specific brand of difficult and had decided it was worth the work. Sirius called Harry pup and argued with Miriam Vance about transfiguration theory and cooked exactly 3 things well and one of them badly and pretended it was deliberately bad as a joke. Harry had come to believe it was actually deliberate, but the argument about it was more interesting than resolving it would be, so he let it continue. He was 9 when the Hogwarts letter arrived. Not at 9, he was 9, and the letter arrived 2 years before it should have, which was because the formal emancipation and the noble house status had triggered an early assessment by the Hogwarts admissions process that apparently ran on more complicated criteria than age alone. The letter was standard in its format and entirely standard in its content except for the small handwritten note at the bottom in Minerva McGonagall's handwriting that said, "We are aware of your situation and look forward to welcoming you at the appropriate time. Certain preparations are being made." Harry read "certain preparations are being made" twice and thought that it sounded like Dumbledore being informed and making arrangements, and put the letter in the loose floorboard, which had followed him from Privet Drive, metaphorically, in the form of a small locked box where he kept documents and the original photograph of his parents and a letter Sirius had written him during the first year that Harry had never mentioned keeping. He was not going to Hogwarts yet. He had 2 more years. But he wrote back to McGonagall, politely, directly, saying that he'd received the letter and would be attending at the standard age and that any preparations being made should include a note that he was aware of his full inheritance status and anticipated being received accordingly. McGonagall's response came back in 48 hours and said, "Understood. We look forward to meeting you, Lord Potter-Black." She had not included the full string of titles, which was either ignorance of the full extent or diplomacy, and Harry thought probably diplomacy, which made him think better of her. Dumbledore did not write. This was a consistent pattern over 3 years. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Supreme Mugwump, former Chief Warlock, the latter title stripped by the Wizengamot following the investigations prompted by the Gringotts statement, had written twice in the first month after the Prophet article, both letters declined by Pendragon Cottage's wards, which had the function of rejecting correspondence from anyone Harry hadn't explicitly approved. After those 2 rejections, Dumbledore had stopped trying. Harry thought about that sometimes. About what Dumbledore was doing with the 3 years, what narrative he was building or adjusting, what plans he was making. The man had spent 10 years building a specific architecture around Harry's life. That architecture had collapsed. Harry didn't for a moment believe that meant Dumbledore had stopped building. He was not afraid of whatever was being built. He was paying attention. The trip to Diagon Alley in late July was for school supplies, 2 years early on the standard timing, but Harry had been running short on several things Miriam needed for lessons, and Sirius had pointed out that they were going to London anyway for the Wisengamot session he was attending as a reinstated noble house lord, and they might as well. Harry had been to Diagon Alley twice before. Once with Braca when none of this had yet been public, moving quietly and quickly. Once 6 months later, which had been considerably less quiet because the Prophet article had been out for months and the wizarding world had been having its ongoing reactions to its contents. That second visit had included 3 people stopping to stare, one witch weekly photographer who had been firmly redirected by Braca, and a man who had tried to shake Harry's hand and burst into tears, which Harry had found deeply awkward. This visit was going to be different. He was 9, and he'd been managing his public existence for 3 years, and the wizarding world had had time to process what the Prophet had revealed. He was Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin-Peverell. He was the boy who lived. He was Sirius Black's ward and the heir of 5 houses and the subject of more Prophet coverage than he'd ever sought. He had learned, in 3 years, that public attention was a thing that could be managed, not performed, not manipulated, but managed, in the way that weather was managed, by preparing appropriately and not being surprised when it arrived. He wore his own clothes now. Ragnarok had pointed out, in one of his characteristic moments of practical directness, that a lord of 5 houses wearing his cousin's cast-offs was a security risk because it created a visible discrepancy between status and appearance that certain people would find exploitable. Harry had not been particularly interested in clothes as a category but had been interested in the security argument and had accepted, without making a production of it, that wearing things that fit was a reasonable position. He looked, in the mirror at Pendragon Cottage before they left, like himself. Which was still James Potter's hair and Lily Potter's eyes and Dudley's cousin's face and the particular quality of presence that 3 years of Merlin's book and Miriam Vance's curriculum and goblin political theory had built into his posture without him consciously working on it. He looked 9. He also looked like someone who had been thinking hard for a long time and had arrived at some conclusions. "Ready?" Sirius said, from the doorway. Sirius looked. Harry had watched this transformation over 3 years, catalogued it without comment, significantly better. Not quite what he would have been without Azkaban, but approaching it from an interesting direction. The thinness was gone, replaced by something more solid. The hair was still long and dark and currently doing something complicated that he hadn't quite bothered to address. His eyes were clear. "Yes," Harry said. They went through the leaky cauldron, which was, Harry had expected staring and got more than staring. The pub, which had a reasonable Tuesday morning crowd for summer, went quiet in the specific way of a room full of people all arriving at the same recognition simultaneously. Tom behind the bar said, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Black," with the professional composure of a man who had seen many things and filed this one appropriately, and Harry said good morning back and kept moving, and Sirius followed, and Harry heard the conversation restart behind them like a wave that had paused at the shore. The alley opened and Harry walked into it. The effect was immediate. Not dramatic, nobody screamed or ran or produced fireworks, but the alley adjusted, the way a room adjusts to a specific arrival, heads turning, conversations pausing at specific tables outside specific shops, a child pointing from 2 storefronts down who was quickly and unsuccessfully redirected by her mother. Harry walked at his normal pace and looked at the shops he needed to visit and did not perform either awareness or unawareness of the attention. "Ollivanders first," he said. "Then Flourish and Blots. Then the apothecary." "You don't need a wand for 2 years," Sirius said. "I'd like to know which one is mine," Harry said. Sirius considered this and apparently found it reasonable. "Ollivanders first," he agreed. Ollivanders was narrow and dusty and smelled of sawdust and something sharp and clean, and Mr. Ollivander himself appeared from between shelves of boxes with the speed of someone who moved differently when they were interested in something. He looked at Harry, and the look he gave him was not the same look Harry had been getting from people in the alley. It was more specific, more technical, the look of a craftsman evaluating a commission. "I wondered," Ollivander said, "when you'd come." "I'm early," Harry said. "You are." Ollivander's pale eyes moved to the ring on Harry's finger, to the medallion chain visible at his collar, back to Harry's face. "Yes, I expected you, but I didn't expect you at 9. He paused. "Remarkable. Come here, then." The process was, Harry had read about it. The measuring, the boxes, the trying and rejecting and trying again. He'd expected it to take a while, had prepared himself for the extended sequence that Ollivander apparently subjected some customers to, the theatrical progression of the wrong wands before the right one arrived. It took 4 tries. The 4th wand was Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, and when Harry picked it up the warmth in his chest did something it hadn't done in a while, a specific movement outward, a recognition, the feeling of meeting something that was already familiar. He held it and the wand sent a cascade of gold sparks into the dusty air of the shop, and they hung there for a moment, gold and still, before fading. Ollivander was very quiet. "I remember every wand I've ever sold," he said. "The wand chooses the wizard, as I've always said, and the phoenix who gave the feather for your wand gave only one other." He paused. "Its brother gave you that scar." Harry looked at him. "I know," he said. "You mentioned that when you sold it to Voldemort." Ollivander blinked. "That is, you weren't here when I sold that wand." "No. But you say it to everyone," Harry said, not unkindly. "It's in your shop's reputation." "I read about it." He looked at the wand in his hand. "What does it mean that they're brothers?" "Magically, a connection. 2 wands born from the same source. In combat, the priori incantatem effect." In broader terms, Ollivander looked at him with his extraordinary pale eyes, "It means you and the owner of the other wand are, in a sense, already known to each other." "That's useful information," Harry said. He paid for the wand, added it to his pocket alongside Merlin's book, which it sat next to without incident, which Ollivander noticed and did not comment on but whose expression shifted very slightly, and thanked him, and left. In the alley, Sirius said, "Brother Wands." "Yes. Doesn't that concern you?" Harry thought about it. "No," he said. "I know he exists. He knows I exist. We've known since I was 1. He paused. "All it means is that I should learn to do wandless work to the level where the connection is irrelevant in a direct confrontation. Miriam's already started me on it." Sirius was quiet for a moment. James would have had 12 things to say about that. What would he have said? Most of it would have been admiration trying to hide behind sensible caution. Sirius smiled. He'd have been very bad at the sensible caution part. They walked to Flourish and Blots. The bookshop was busy. Summer reading rush, the school year preparation crowd, a signing event advertised in the window for a book Harry identified immediately as requiring some critical reading rather than uncritical acceptance. He navigated to the section he needed, Advanced Transfiguration, a specific defense text that Miriam had recommended, something on ward theory, and was pulling the ward theory book from the shelf when he heard the commotion near the front of the shop. Not a fight commotion. A social commotion, which was a specific texture of noise, multiple voices adjusting simultaneously, a kind of anticipatory hush, that Harry had come to recognize as the sound of someone important arriving. He turned. Lucius Malfoy walked into Flourish and Blots like he'd come to inspect it. Tall, pale, impeccably robed in gray and silver, walking stick in hand that was not a walking stick and Harry knew it, walking with the absolute composure of a man who had spent his whole life moving through spaces that arranged themselves around him. Behind him, slightly to the left in the specific position of a child who has been taught exactly how to walk in public and is performing the lesson, was a boy with platinum hair and gray eyes. Draco Malfoy. Harry knew him from photographs, the wizarding world's most prominent families were thoroughly documented in the materials Ragnarok had assembled, and the Malfoys were prominent. The boy looked about Harry's age. He was watching everything with the attentive awareness of someone making assessments, and when he spotted Harry his eyes moved over him in the quick evaluative way that children learn from parents who did it constantly. Lucius Malfoy saw Harry at approximately the same moment. The shop did that thing again, the collective adjustment, the awareness of two significant presences in the same space that the watching people weren't quite sure how to calibrate. Harry watched Malfoy's face perform a very elegant, very practiced version of surprise followed by social warmth, the expression of a man who had decided exactly how this encounter should play out before it had fully begun. "Harry Potter," Malfoy said, moving through the shop with the assurance of someone who had never once questioned whether a space would accommodate him. "What an unexpected pleasure. I've been hoping for an opportunity to speak with you." "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said, pleasantly. He kept the Ward Theory book in his hand. Malfoy stopped in front of him and looked down. Harry was 9 and not particularly tall, and Malfoy had the height and the grooming and the practiced authority of a man who used physical impression as a tool. He smiled. It was a very good smile, technically. "I wanted to offer my personal congratulations on your emergence. The wizarding world has been greatly enriched by your proper recognition, I must say. The earlier situation was most unfortunate." Harry looked at him. "Which part specifically?" A small pause. "I beg your, the vault drainage, the illegal guardianship, the suppression charms, the tampered will, or Sirius Black's imprisonment." Harry said it with complete conversational ease. "I'm asking which part you found most unfortunate, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius Malfoy's smile didn't disappear exactly. It rearranged itself. Behind him, Draco Malfoy was watching Harry with an expression that had moved off the evaluative default and into something more genuinely interested. "All of it, naturally," Malfoy said smoothly. "These are the kinds of failures that reflect poorly on all of us. The Ministry's handling was broadly shaped by the same people who caused the situation," Harry said. "Though you're right that it reflects on all of us. Some more than others." He paused. "Were you on the Wizengamot when Sirius Black was imprisoned?" Malfoy was very still for half a second. "I was not yet a member at that time. You were a member for the last 8 years, Harry said. During which time the question of his imprisonment could have been raised by any noble house lord with sufficient standing." He tilted his head. "You have sufficient standing. You never raised it." The shop was very quiet. Draco Malfoy was watching his father with an expression that a child wore when they were watching an adult they admired fail to emerge cleanly from something, the expression that registered the failure without yet knowing how to process it. Lucius recovered. He was good at recovering, Harry thought, the kind of good that came from extensive practice at navigating situations where saying the wrong thing had significant consequences. "You make an excellent point," he said, with the specific grace of a man acknowledging a hit while pretending it was merely a glancing blow. "I hope you'll find that I am a man who learns from the past." The smile again, recalibrated. "I'd very much like to meet properly. At the manor, perhaps. I know several people who would benefit enormously from a relationship with someone of your considerable standing." "I'm sure you do," Harry said. He said it without edge, which was somehow less comfortable for Malfoy than if he'd said it with one. "I'll be in contact if that seems useful." He turned back to the shelf and took the Transfiguration book. From somewhere to his left, not far, near the end of the bookshelf, he heard a small, quiet sound that was Draco Malfoy very nearly laughing and then not laughing, which seemed like the right response to the situation. Harry filed the reaction away with the same care he filed everything, not dismissing it, not making it mean too much yet. Sirius appeared at his shoulder. He had clearly been watching from nearby and his expression was a specific arrangement of contained delight. "Lucius Malfoy," he said quietly, as Malfoy moved toward the front of the shop with his son, "has not been spoken to like that since your grandmother Doria told him his robes were ostentatious in front of the entire Wizengamot in 1978. Were they?" Harry asked. Aggressively, Sirius confirmed. Harry took the defense book from the shelf and went to pay. At the apothecary, picking through the required ingredients with the particular focus he'd developed for this task, Miriam had spent considerable time on the difference between an ingredient that met the stated specification and one that genuinely met it, which turned out to be a larger gap than most textbooks acknowledged. He became aware of being watched. Not the general alley awareness. Specific watching. He finished evaluating a bundle of dried billywig stings, set them down for not being quite what he needed, and turned. The girl was his age, maybe slightly older, with dark skin and sharp eyes and an expression that was doing very precise assessment from behind a potions text she was holding at an angle that suggested she'd forgotten she was holding it. She had the particular quality of someone who had been raised to be polite and was currently losing the battle with curiosity. She realized he'd noticed and the expression shifted, briefly, into something embarrassed, and then she appeared to decide embarrassment was unproductive and looked at him directly instead. "You're Harry Potter," she said. It was not quite a question. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Daphne Greengrass." She paused. "You spoke to Lucius Malfoy in the bookshop." "My mother saw it and described it as," another pause, this one choosing between accuracy and social grace, "extremely interesting." "How would you describe it?" Harry asked. Daphne Greengrass considered this with a seriousness that he found immediately interesting. "Accurate," she said. He was performing concern about things he benefited from. "You pointed that out without making it into an argument, which meant he couldn't respond to it as one." She paused. "I'm going to be in your year at Hogwarts." "Slytherin?" Harry asked, not because of her surname specifically, the Greengrasses were an old family and old families went many ways, but because of something in her posture. Something flickered in her eyes. "Probably. You." "I have no idea," Harry said. "I'll be interested to find out." She looked at him for another moment, with the expression of someone recalibrating. "The books say you'll be Gryffindor," she said. "The books say a lot of things," Harry said. He found the correct billywig stings on a different shelf and added them to his basket. "What house do you think I should be in?" Daphne Greengrass considered this genuinely, which was, Harry thought, the correct response to a genuine question. "All of them," she said finally. "Which is probably not helpful." "It's the most accurate answer I've gotten," Harry said. She smiled. It was brief and real and entirely unpracticed. "I'll see you at Hogwarts, then," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "You will." She went back to her potions text. He paid for his ingredients and found Sirius outside the apothecary leaning against the wall eating something from a paper bag. "Making friends?" Sirius said. "Possibly," Harry said. "And assessing." "Like father," Sirius said fondly, "absolutely not like father." James would have introduced himself with a spell and a question about Quidditch. He offered the bag. Harry took something from it, a crystallized something that was sweet and slightly metallic, wizarding candy of some kind. "You all right?" Harry thought about the question. About the morning, Ollivanders and the Holly Wand, Lucius Malfoy in the bookshop, Daphne Greengrass in the apothecary, the alley busy around him with people who looked at him with everything from reverence to caution to outright calculation. About 2 years until Hogwarts. About Pettigrew still unfound. About Dumbledore silent but present, somewhere, thinking. "Yes," he said. It was true. "I want to go back and look at Quidditch supplies." Sirius's expression was immediate and enthusiastic. "Yes," he said, "absolutely, that is an excellent idea, your father would have approved of this decision very specifically. I'm not buying anything," Harry said. "I want to look at the design evolution of the Nimbus series and think about aerodynamic theory." Sirius blinked. Harry smiled, a real one, rare enough that Sirius visibly filed it. "I'm joking," Harry said. "Mostly." "James," Sirius said, walking after him, would have been completely unable to manage you and he would have loved every second of it. The alley moved around them, busy and bright and full of things happening and about to happen, and Harry walked through it with Merlin's book in his pocket and a holly wand in his sleeve and 3 years of himself behind him and 2 years of approach ahead of him, and the warmth in his chest was steady and constant and warm, and the day was very good. That evening, sitting on the stone wall of Pendragon Cottage's garden while the Welsh hills went dark around them and Sirius drank tea badly and Harry read notes from the afternoon's purchases, Sirius said, "Malfoy's going to try again." "Yes," Harry said. "He'll come at it differently." "He will." Harry turned a page. "He's too smart to make the same approach twice. He'll find an angle that doesn't have the same vulnerabilities." He looked up. "He'll probably try through Draco. Try to build a friendship." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "What will you do with that?" Harry thought about Draco Malfoy almost laughing at the end of the bookshelf. "I'll let it develop," he said, "and see what it is." Sirius looked at him with an expression that was complicated in the specific way that complicated things were when they involved understanding a child who was both very like and nothing like the person you'd expected them to be. "You know what James would have done?" "Yes," Harry said. "But I'm not James." A pause that was warm rather than difficult. "No," Sirius said, quietly. "You're not. You're something entirely your own." He looked at the hills going dark. "He'd have been so, I know," Harry said. They sat in the dark for a while and the hills finished going dark and the stars came out, and neither of them needed to say anything else about it. Chapter 6, First Year Begins. The Hogwarts Express left at 11. Harry was on the platform at 10:15, which Sirius said was excessive and Harry said was appropriate and neither of them adjusted their position. The platform was doing the thing platforms did before a school year, the particular chaos of families in transit, trunks and owls and children running in directions their parents hadn't approved, the background noise of 100 conversations happening simultaneously in the specific register of people saying important things in not quite enough time. Harry stood beside his trunk and watched it. Sirius had come to see him off and was doing a credible impression of someone who was fine with this, which Harry appreciated without believing. They'd had 2 years of Hogwarts being coming. Now it was here, and the station was real, and the train was real, and Sirius was standing with his hands in his pockets doing the specific stillness of a person who was being very careful with their face. "All right," Harry said. "Daily," Sirius said immediately. "Weekly," Harry said. "Twice weekly," Sirius said. "That's my final offer." "Twice weekly," Harry agreed. Sirius looked at him for a moment, the full look, the one that didn't perform anything, and then pulled him in by the back of the neck into a brief, fierce hug that Harry leaned into without hesitation, and then they separated, and Sirius said, "Don't let anyone make you small," which was a thing he said and meant in full knowledge of the history behind it. "I know," Harry said. He picked up his trunk and walked to the train. He'd thought about the social geometry of the compartment question, something Ragnarok had once called the first 30 minutes as informational infrastructure, meaning that how you chose to begin things built the template everything afterward ran on. He could find an empty compartment and be found. He could find a partially occupied one and choose his company. He'd decided on the second option with specific intention, and he moved through the carriages with the unhurried certainty of someone who knows where they're going even when they don't yet know quite what they'll find. He found Neville Longbottom in the fourth carriage. Neville was sitting alone, which Harry could tell from the doorway was not a preferred situation, the particular shape of someone being alone and hoping it would change but not quite believing it would. He was round-faced and had the build of someone who hadn't quite grown into themselves yet, and he was holding a toad with both hands with the focused care of someone managing a small crisis. Harry opened the compartment door. "Is that seat taken?" Neville looked up. He looked at Harry with the delayed recognition that Harry had come to expect, the eyes finding the scar first, then recalibrating to the actual person. "No," he said. "I mean, no, please, come in." He adjusted the toad. "Sorry about Trevor. He keeps trying to escape." "Trevor's a good name for a toad," Harry said, putting his trunk up and sitting down. Neville blinked. Most people think it's funny. I think it suits him, Harry said, looking at the toad, which looked back at him with the philosophical expression of a creature that had made peace with its circumstances. He looks like a Trevor. Something in Neville's posture changed, just slightly, a small easing that meant the conversation had moved off the axis of anticipated mockery and onto something else. I'm Neville, he said. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter, Harry said. I know, Neville said. Then, apparently deciding honesty was less work than pretending otherwise, everyone knows. My gran talks about you quite a lot. She knew your parents. What does she say? Neville appeared to be doing rapid selection from a fairly extensive library of things his grandmother said about Harry Potter. That you're going to be very important, he said. And that you should eat more. Harry thought about this. Your grandmother sounds practical. She's terrifying, Neville said, with the tone of someone who found the terror entirely compatible with deep affection. She's also right about most things, which makes it worse. He paused. She says I take after my dad. I think she means that as a compliment, but it always sounds like she's not sure. Harry looked at him. The Longbottoms. Augusta's son and daughter-in-law, Frank and Alice, who had been, he knew this, it was in the materials Ragnarok had assembled, listed under casualties of the war that nobody called casualties, the ones who hadn't died but in some ways hadn't fully survived either. He kept his face steady and his voice conversational. Frank Longbottom was one of the best orators of his generation, he said. That's the consensus in everything I've read. Neville went very still. Not upset still, something more complicated. The still of someone receiving a thing they hadn't expected to receive and weren't sure what to do with. You know about my parents, he said. Yes, Harry said simply. I'm sorry about what happened to them. A pause that had weight but not awkwardness, the weight of something being seen and acknowledged rather than politely avoided, which was a different and more useful kind of weight. Thank you, Neville said quietly. Then, with the movement of someone choosing to be present rather than retreat, your parents too. I'm sorry. Thank you, Harry said. Trevor made a bid for freedom. Neville caught him with the practiced reflexes of long experience and they both watched the toad reconsider its options, and the conversation shifted back to the surface and moved forward, and by the time the train cleared London they were talking about herbology, Neville's passion, which he introduced apologetically, as if expecting the subject to be dismissed. And Harry was asking genuine questions and Neville was answering them with increasing confidence, the particular transformation of someone discovering that what they love is actually interesting to someone else. The compartment door opened again at the hour mark. Hermione Granger had a schedule. Harry could tell this immediately, not because there was anything wrong with schedules, he was fundamentally in favor of schedules, but because the way she looked at the compartment and the available seats and the two of them had the quality of someone making a rapid assessment against pre-established criteria. She'd clearly moved through several compartments already. She'd clearly chosen this one for reasons. Is it all right if I sit here, she said, already partway through sitting down. I've been looking for people who seem sorry. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter, Harry said. This is Neville Longbottom. She looked at him. The scar then recalibrates sequence, but faster in her case, she processed faster generally, Harry thought, the kind of mind that ran ahead of most conversations and was occasionally out of breath when it got back. I know who you are, she said. I've read about you, obviously. And the Gringotts case, and the legal proceedings, and, sorry, is that all right to mention? It's public record, Harry said. Ask what you actually want to ask. She looked at him for half a second with the expression of someone who'd prepared a careful approach to a topic and has just been handed permission to skip it. Do you think the suppression of your bloodline inheritance had systematic implications for other Muggle-born or half-blood students who might carry unrecognized heritage lines? She said. Because I've been thinking about it since the article and I can't find anyone who's done the relevant research. Harry looked at her. Yes, he said. I think it's very likely, and I think the diagnostic Gringotts used should be standard at intake for Hogwarts students, and I'm planning to raise it formally at some point. He paused. That's an interesting first question. I have several, she said. I have time, Harry said. Neville, who had been following this exchange with the expression of someone watching a particular kind of tennis, said, Do either of you play Exploding Snap? The castle appeared through the windows at dusk, and Harry looked at it over Neville's shoulder without saying anything, because some things didn't need commentary. It was larger than expected and more real than photographs, lit from within by the specific warm light of a place that had been lived in continuously for 1,000 years and had that residue of occupation in its stones. He felt the castle's magic from the lake, old and layered and not unlike what Pendragon Cottage felt like on a much larger scale, except that Hogwarts had the additional quality of something that had been shaped by many kinds of magic over many generations and was the richer and stranger for it. He felt something else, too, fainter and underneath, something in the castle's foundations that was familiar in the way that Slytherin's medallion had felt familiar at the inheritance ceremony. Old familiar. Bloodline familiar. He filed that away. The boats. Hagrid, who was exactly as large as reported and who said, Blimey, Harry Potter, with the genuine, uncomplicated delight of someone for whom this moment was purely good, and Harry liked him immediately and completely, the way you like someone who had not yet learned to be careful about their enthusiasm and had no particular intention of learning. The castle swallowed them in the way that buildings with strong personalities swallowed newcomers, not threateningly, but absolutely. Harry walked through the entrance hall and felt it register him, faint and certain, the way a house noticed a member of the family coming home. McGonagall met them. She was exactly what her letters had suggested, precise, capable, the kind of person who performed authority without requiring its performance to be noticed. She looked at Harry when she took the first years into the side chamber and her look said several things in rapid succession, assessment, reassessment, and a very controlled version of what might have been relief. Professor McGonagall, Harry said. Lord Potter-Black, she said, equally formal, and something in the room shifted at the title, the other first years doing the scar then recalibrate sequence en masse. He'd thought about the sorting. Specifically, he'd thought about what the hat would find and what it would do with it. He'd read Hogwarts, a history, both the standard edition and a primary source version Miriam had sourced, and he understood the hat's mechanism well enough to know that the sorting wasn't a test you could prepare for in the traditional sense. The hat read the whole person. You couldn't edit yourself for it. What you could do was be clear about who you were, which he'd been working on for 3 years. The chamber was cold and lit by torches and full of 11-year-olds doing various versions of nervous. Draco Malfoy was near the back, standing with a precision that was either natural or trained. Harry suspected trained and now nearly natural, which was a different thing. He caught Harry's eye and gave a very small nod, the kind that acknowledged recognition without committing to anything else. Harry nodded back. Daphne Greengrass was beside a blonde girl who must have been her sister, standing with a composure that was genuine rather than performed, and she met Harry's eyes briefly and looked slightly amused in the way she'd looked slightly amused in the apothecary, as if the whole situation was interesting to her in a way she hadn't quite expected. McGonagall led them in. The great hall was full and loud and then not quite as loud as they entered, the students at the 4 tables doing the same thing the students in the side chamber had done at the sight of Harry. He ignored it the way you ignored weather, acknowledged, managed, moved past. The hat was old and patched and sat on a stool with the patience of something that had been doing this for 1,000 years and found each year's crop interesting in its own specific way. It sang. Harry listened to the song with the attention he gave anything that was conveying actual information, because the hat's songs always contained actual information if you were listening for it. This year's song was about the founder's intentions versus the sorting's evolution, which Harry found both interesting and pointed. Names were called. Students went. Hats were placed. The hat called its decisions quickly for most, longer for a few. Granger, Hermione. Hermione sat on the stool with the expression of someone who had prepared for this and was still nervous, which was the most honest possible combination. The hat went on her head and considered for about 30 seconds before saying Gryffindor, and the Gryffindor table was loud and warm about it, and Hermione walked to it with a bright and enormous smile that Harry had not yet seen her produce, which was better than most of her other expressions in the way that natural things were better than deliberate ones. Longbottom, Neville. Neville approached the stool with Trevor tucked under his arm, which the hat appeared to accept philosophically. The hat went on and stayed on for almost a full minute, which made Neville look slightly desperate, and then said Gryffindor with a quality that suggested it had made a confident decision that had simply needed articulating carefully. Neville walked to the Gryffindor table with the expression of someone who'd gotten something they were afraid to want. Several more. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin, almost before the hat touched his head, which was the hat confirming what everyone including Draco had assumed and not really useful as information except that it was fast, and Draco's expression said he'd expected fast and found it satisfying. Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin, after about 20 seconds, the hat taking slightly longer as if it was more interested in her specifically. Potter, Harry. The hall did the thing. Not noise exactly, almost the opposite of noise, a collective intake that became a specific quality of quiet, the quiet of a large room giving something its full attention. Harry walked to the stool and sat down, and the hat was placed on his head and slid immediately to his ears, which were smaller than standard, and the hat said, directly into his thoughts, private and clear, "Well, I have been waiting for someone genuinely interesting." Harry said nothing. He let the hat look. The hat looked for a long time. He could feel it, not unpleasantly, more like standing in a room where all the lights had come on simultaneously, every corner illuminated. The hat moved through him the way the diagnostic bowl had moved through him, finding the 5 inheritances, the 3 years of Miriam's teaching in goblin theory, the holly wand and Merlin's book, and the specific structure of a mind that had been thinking hard in solitude for years and had developed particular shapes of thought. Gryffindor would take you, the hat said. The nerve, the directness. You have your father in you, quite clearly. Your mother too, her precision, her depth. Harry waited. Slytherin would take you. Obviously. 3 times over if we count the bloodline, the ambition, the strategic mind, yes, that is Slytherin's contribution, isn't it? Rather magnificently expressed. He waited. Ravenclaw. I'd be dishonest if I didn't mention it. You read Merlin's personal journal at age 7. You asked a goblin bank director to explain the philosophical implications of preministry treaty law at age 6.5. The intellect is there. Still waiting. And Hufflepuff, the hat said, more quietly. Yes, don't look surprised. Loyalty. The absolute, uncompromising loyalty you showed in pursuing Sirius Black's freedom when you'd known him for 20 minutes. The commitment to doing things properly and completely. That is very much Hufflepuff. The hall was extremely quiet. You are, in the truest sense, the heir of all 4 founders' lines, the hat said. For houses, all valid claims. I have not encountered this before. I am genuinely uncertain what the procedure is. A pause that contained what felt like a 1,000-year-old mind consulting internal references. I wonder, what do you think? Harry considered the question honestly. He thought about the 4 tables. He thought about what house meant, what it was supposed to be, not a team, not a faction, but a community built around a specific set of values, a specific approach to the question of how to be a person. He thought about what he valued most deeply, not in the abstract but in practice, the thing that had moved him most consistently across 3 years and 6 years and his whole life so far. Not any one of them, he told the hat. All of them or something outside them. Interesting, the hat said. That is, yes. I know what to do with that. And then, with the satisfaction of a thing that has been waiting for the right occasion to do something it has never done, it spoke at full volume, into the quiet hall, in a tone that was different from its previous decisions, not quick and confident, not slow and deliberating, but deliberate in a completely different way, as if it was making something formal rather than just calling a name, Hogwarts. The silence extended for 3 full seconds. Then the noise arrived, not from one table but from all of them, all 4 tables and the staff and the enchanted ceiling, which did something Harry hadn't seen it do before, a flash of all 4 house colors simultaneously, gold and scarlet, blue and bronze, green and silver, yellow and black, running through the candles above and settling. Harry sat on the stool and looked at the staff table. McGonagall's expression was extraordinary. The controlled precision had given way to something open and startled and, underneath it, Harry thought, deeply pleased. Flitwick had knocked something off the table and appeared not to have noticed. Sprout was openly delighted. Dumbledore was looking at Harry. They looked at each other for the first time. Harry had prepared for this too, in the way he prepared for things, not by rehearsing responses but by being clear about himself in advance, so that the encounter wouldn't find him uncertain. He looked at Albus Dumbledore and saw an old man with extraordinary eyes, blue and sharp and genuinely intelligent, and he saw the intelligence assess him rapidly and then perform a kind of controlled surprise that was very good but not entirely convincing to someone who'd been thinking about it for 3 years. Dumbledore smiled. It was warm and grandfatherly and full of the specific quality of benevolent authority that Harry recognized as the register the man lived in, the smile of someone who had always been the wisest person in the room and found it natural. Harry looked at it steadily. He didn't smile back. Not rudely, he simply looked, with the calm and complete attention of someone who was not going to perform warmth he didn't yet have a reason to feel, and let the silence of his non-response be as clear as it was. Something moved very quickly through Dumbledore's eyes. He maintained the smile. Harry stepped off the stool. The Hogwarts sorting, the staff table was having several conversations at once, the student tables were loud and confused and excited, meant there was no house table to sit at, which was a problem McGonagall solved with the efficiency of her character by placing a chair at the end of the staff table with a speed that suggested she'd thought about contingencies. Harry sat in it and looked at the 4 tables and the 4 different student reactions and thought about what that meant and how to use it. He was at the staff table but not of it. He was of all 4 houses and therefore not bound to any of their specific social architectures. He could sit at any table in the castle and it would be, technically, his house table. He could build relationships across all 4 without the usual house friction as a backdrop. He thought Ragnarok would call this a favorable outcome. Neville, from the Gryffindor table, was watching him with an expression that had moved through shock and arrived somewhere that looked, Harry thought, like pride. Hermione was doing rapid mental processing that would probably produce several questions by morning. Daphne Greengrass, at the Slytherin table, was watching him with the quietly amused expression that was apparently her default and which Harry found consistently genuine. Draco Malfoy was watching him with an expression he couldn't read yet. Not hostile. Not entirely comfortable. Something in between that was more interesting than either. The feast appeared. Harry ate and answered McGonagall's quiet questions. She leaned slightly toward him at one point and said, under the general noise, "I hope you understand this makes the dormitory arrangement somewhat complex," and Harry said, "I'll manage," and she gave him a look that was the look of someone deciding that yes, he would in fact manage, and left it at that. Dumbledore was watching him periodically throughout the feast. Harry let him watch. McGonagall had arranged a small private room off the Gryffindor corridor. The suggestion had come from the castle itself, apparently, which had done something with its internal geography that Dumbledore had not anticipated and about which McGonagall seemed privately satisfied. The room was small and had a window that looked over the grounds and a bed that was real and a desk and bookshelves that were empty and waiting. Harry unpacked methodically. Books, organized by subject. Merlin's book on the nightstand. The locked box with its specific contents in the bottom of the trunk. The holly wand on the desk rather than under his pillow, which was where Sirius had suggested, because he'd tested his wandless precision that morning and found it reliable enough at this range. Someone knocked. He opened the door. Hermione Granger, in Gryffindor pajamas that were perfectly new, holding a notebook. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had decided that social hesitation was a less efficient use of time than the conversation she wanted to have. "I have 4 questions," she said. "But if you're tired I can, come in," Harry said. She came in and sat on the desk chair because the desk chair was the obvious seat for someone who had brought a notebook, and Harry sat on the bed, and they talked for an hour, not about the sorting exactly, though it came up, but about the broader questions that the sorting had crystallized for her. About what the houses were supposed to be versus what they'd become. About whether institutional structures could be reformed from inside or whether they required external pressure. About Dumbledore, about whom she had read extensively and admired greatly, and about whom Harry said carefully measured things that were all true and that Hermione, he could see, was going to think about for a long time. She didn't push him on Dumbledore specifically. She was perceptive enough to read the tone and leave it where it was, which said something. One more thing, she said, at the point when the notebook had acquired several pages of notes in her small, precise handwriting. The Gringotts article. The diagnostic. You said in the article, I mean, you didn't say it directly but the implication was there, that you thought it should be standard. Yes, Harry said. I've been thinking about my own family, she said. My parents are Muggle. I'm Muggle-born. But things happen around me that are, by the evidence of this year's experience, clearly significant magical capability beyond what seems typical. She paused. Do you think, is it possible that you have heritage lines that haven't been identified or activated? Harry said. Yes. Absolutely possible. Probably more common than anyone has formally studied. He looked at her directly. I'm going to push for a diagnostic protocol. It'll take time, it'll require Wisengamot cooperation, and there will be opposition. But yes. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Good, she said. It was small and fierce and entirely real. She left. Harry sat in the quiet room and looked at the window, the Hogwarts grounds dark beyond it, the trees at the edge of the forest just visible. He felt the castle around him, large and old and full of the specific magic of a place that had been shaped by 1,000 years of students learning things. He felt the 4 house inheritances in it, the residue of Gryffindor's nerve and Slytherin's precision and Ravenclaw's depth and Hufflepuff's commitment. He felt his own bloodlines resonate with the stones in the way they'd resonated with the Sorting Hat, the castle recognizing something in him and him recognizing something back. And underneath that, faint but certain, he felt the other thing, the thing in the foundations, the old familiar thing that had nothing to do with the 4 founders and everything to do with the 5th bloodline he carried. He thought about Merlin's book on the nightstand, about the passage he'd read that morning, still with him, the question is not what magic will do for you. The question is what you will do for the world that contains it. He thought about tomorrow. Classes. New people. The specific social architecture of Hogwarts beginning to take its shape. Dumbledore watching him and thinking. The 3rd-floor corridor that the feast's opening speech had mentioned in the careful way you mention things you wanted students to believe they weren't being directed toward. He thought about the stone and what was under it and what was moving toward it. Not yet. He didn't have all the information yet, and he never acted without information he could stand behind. But he was paying attention. He picked up Merlin's book and read for a while, and the castle settled around him in the specific way of a place acknowledging that someone new had arrived and was, to the castle's apparent satisfaction, exactly the right person for exactly this moment, and the candles burned low without going out, and outside the window the Hogwarts grounds lay quiet under the stars, patient and waiting, full of things about to begin. Chapter 7, The Philosopher's Stone. The first week of Hogwarts taught Harry 3 things he hadn't known before. The first was that Hogwarts itself was considerably more structurally complex than its official history acknowledged. He'd felt the castle's response to him at the sorting, and in the days following it became something ongoing, not dramatic, not the castle performing itself for him, but small and consistent and useful. Corridors that shortened. Doors that were present when he needed them and absent when he didn't. The map in his head of the castle's layout was accurate to the official floor plans he'd studied and also, increasingly, accurate to something the official floor plans hadn't included. He didn't push it. He let it develop at its own rate the way he let Merlin's book develop at its own rate, which was the approach that worked with things older and wiser than himself. The second was that Hogwarts' teaching quality varied with a range that was wider than Miriam Vance had prepared him for. Charms was excellent. Flitwick had the approach of someone who genuinely loved magic and found the technical precision of it delightful rather than pedantic, which produced good learning. Transfiguration was McGonagall, who was demanding and clear and rewarded real understanding over performed competence, and Harry respected her thoroughly and immediately. Defense against the dark arts was taught by a man named Quirrell who smelled of garlic and spoke with a stutter that had a specific inconsistency Harry noted on the second day. Potions was Snape. Snape was the third thing. Severus Snape walked into the potions classroom on the third day with the entrance of someone who had been performing this specific entrance for many years and still found it satisfying. Robes sweeping, expression said it something between contempt and carefully managed disdain, and he looked at his new first years and his gaze moved through the room and stopped on Harry with the particular quality of a thing encountering something it has been anticipating and has complex feelings about. Potter, Snape said. Professor Snape, Harry said. Snape's eyes moved over him, the ring, the medallion just visible at his collar, the holly wand on the desk because Harry set his wand on the desk in every class, a habit that was both practical and informational in terms of the reactions it produced. Snape's expression performed a controlled neutrality that was doing a great deal of work. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, he said. Harry looked at him. Draught of living death, he said. The asphodel and wormwood are the primary base compounds, though the quality of the final draught depends significantly on the preparation method of the bezoar included later in the process and the specific temperature of the initial infusion. He paused. The more interesting question is why asphodel specifically. It's associated with death in wizarding botanical tradition, but the active compound is actually in the root's secondary alkaloids, not the symbolic association, which suggests Damocles Belby worked backwards from traditional symbolism to find the actual chemistry, which is a remarkable piece of historical botanical research. Snape stared at him for a moment. 5 points to Hogwarts, he said, which required him to visibly locate the appropriate category, because there was no Potter house to assign points to and the system apparently hadn't been updated. Neville, 2 seats over, was very carefully not looking at Harry's face. The dynamic that established itself in potions was something Harry observed with interest. Snape was sharp with Neville, unfairly, Harry thought, in the specific way of someone who had expectations and was expressing their disappointment in the expectations rather than giving the actual student what he needed. He was precise and demanding with everyone in ways that were pedagogically defensible. He was with Harry something more complicated, a kind of sustained assessment that expressed itself as a higher standard applied without the contempt he deployed elsewhere. Harry did the work. He did it well. He found potions genuinely interesting in the way that Merlin's book had interested him, the intersection of chemistry and magic, the way a prepared mind could read a recipe and understand the underlying principles rather than just the steps. Snape gave him points, irregularly and apparently reluctantly, and watched him with the expression of a problem being reconsidered. After the third potions lesson, Harry stayed behind. The classroom emptied. Snape was at his desk writing something and did not look up. Harry stood in front of the desk. "You knew my mother," Harry said. Snape's quill stopped. A pause of about 3 seconds. "What makes you think that?" "The way you looked at me when I came in the first day," Harry said. "Not the scar. Something else." He waited. "I'm not asking you to talk about it if you don't want to. I'm asking because she was my mother and you knew her and I would like, not now, necessarily, but at some point, to hear about her from someone who actually knew her." Snape looked up. His expression was closed in the specific way of someone who has practiced closing a specific thing for a very long time and has gotten very good at the practice without getting good at the underlying piece. "She was brilliant," Snape said, finally. "The finest instinctive potions talent I've encountered in 30 years of teaching." He looked back at his parchment. "You have her hands." Harry looked at his hands. Thin, bony at the wrist. He looked back at Snape. "Thank you," he said. He left. Snape didn't say anything else, but Harry thought the quality of silence behind him had changed, which was worth noting. October arrived with the specific abruptness of the English autumn, cold and definitive, the grounds going gold and the lake going grey and the castle settling into its school-year rhythm. Harry had mapped the social architecture of Hogwarts by mid-October with the thorough attention he gave to any complex system, and what he found was predictable in some ways and interesting in others. The Hogwarts sorting had produced exactly the dynamic Ragnarok would have predicted. He ate where he chose, breakfast with Neville and Hermione at Gryffindor most days, lunch wherever the conversation was interesting, occasional dinners at the Slytherin table which caused visible consternation at the staff table the first time and slightly less the second, and by the fifth time appeared to have been accepted as a feature of the year's unusual arrangements. The castle's assignment of his private room had solved the dormitory problem neatly, and Dumbledore had either not tried to change it or had tried and found the castle uninterested in cooperating. Daphne Greengrass sat with him twice at dinner. The second time she brought a girl named Tracy Davis who had the energy of someone expecting to find an interesting thing and was pleased to confirm the hypothesis. They talked about the defense curriculum, which all three of them found inadequate for different reasons, and Harry listened to Daphne describe the gap between what was taught and what was actually in the primary sources with the fluency of someone who had been reading the primary sources at home since she could read. "You've done your own research," Harry said. "My father has a library," Daphne said. It was said neutrally. Her father, Harry knew, occupied a complicated position, not a Death Eater, not a Dumbledore loyalist, something more carefully positioned in the space between, which produced a specific kind of daughter. "What did you find?" Harry said. She looked at him with the quiet assessment that was her default. Then, apparently deciding this was a context that warranted directness, "I found that the defense curriculum has been systematically kept below the level of usefulness. Not by accident." She paused. "Someone has been ensuring that students graduate technically capable but practically underprepared." "Yes," Harry said. "Dumbledore controls the curriculum through the Board of Governors and the staff appointments. Defense specifically has had a new teacher every year for a decade. He let that sit. I'm fixing it eventually." Tracy Davis said, "How old are you?" 11, Harry said. "Right," she said. She looked at Daphne. Daphne's expression said "told you." Draco Malfoy appeared at the Slytherin table on a Thursday in October and sat not next to Harry but across from him, which was a specific choice in terms of conversational geometry. He'd been circling the question of Harry for 6 weeks with the patience of someone who'd been told to be patient and was finding it harder than expected. Harry had watched this without pushing it. "I wanted to ask you something," Draco said. "All right," Harry said. In flourish and blots. He was looking at the table rather than at Harry, which was unusual for him. Draco generally looked at things directly with the confidence of someone who'd been told their attention was valuable. "What you said to my father. About his Wizengamot membership. What about it?" Harry said. Draco looked up. Was it a threat? Or was it, he stopped, reformulating. Were you saying he should have done something? Harry thought about how to answer this honestly. "I was saying he had the standing to act and chose not to," he said. "Whether that was a threat depends on what he does with the information." Draco was quiet for a moment. Harry had observed over 6 weeks, a mind that moved quickly and then stalled on the things it found uncomfortable rather than moving through them, which was a habit that would either change or compound over time. "My father says you're dangerous," he said. "To specific people and specific situations," Harry said. "Not generally. He says Dumbledore is afraid of you." Harry looked at him. "What do you think?" Draco appeared to find this question unexpected. He'd been building toward a point and the question had redirected him. "I think," he started. Stopped. Then, with the quality of someone choosing to say a true thing, "I think you're the first person I've met who talks to my father like that and doesn't seem to need anything from him afterward." Harry thought about that. "That's because I don't," he said. "What I want from your father is for him to use his position correctly. That's not something I can take from him, so there's nothing to need." Draco looked at him for a long moment. Something was happening behind his grey eyes that was the specific movement of a fixed idea being tested against new evidence. "I want to understand what you're doing," he said. It came out more directly than he'd intended, Harry thought. "Not for my father. For me." "Then pay attention," Harry said. "Not to what people say I'm doing. To what I actually do." Draco nodded once. It was the nod of a contract being made, which was exactly what it was. Harry had known about the third-floor corridor since the first night. Not because Dumbledore had told him. The opening speech warning was the kind of warning that told you something interesting was there while pretending to tell you to stay away, which was either accidentally transparent or deliberately so, and Harry wasn't sure which was worse. He'd known because the castle had told him, in its own way, the first night in his room, a specific quality of attention in the building's magic, a direction with weight in it, something worth noting. He'd noted it. He didn't go in September. He didn't have enough information and he didn't act without information. He watched instead, the information that arrived from other directions. The troll at Halloween, which he'd been near enough to the teacher's response to observe their faces, and he'd watched Quirrell's face after the troll was subdued with the attention he'd developed for reading people, and what he saw there was not the residual fear of a teacher who'd panicked earlier but the controlled relief of someone for whom the troll had served a purpose. A diversion. Not a very good one, but not needing to be very good, just needing to be enough. Harry went to the third-floor corridor on the 1st of November. He went alone, at 2 in the morning, using the castle's recently developed habit of shortening corridors for him to move efficiently through 3 floors without encountering a prefect or a ghost who would remember seeing him. The corridor was locked. He unlocked it wandlessly, which had become reliable enough at close range that he didn't give it significant thought, and opened the door. The 3-headed dog was there. It looked at him. He looked at it. The warmth in his chest did the thing it did with Dementors, not aggression, not defense, just presence, solid and certain, and the dog looked at him with 3 pairs of eyes and made a sound that was not the sound he expected, not a bark or a growl but something lower, something that was. Harry spent a moment identifying this, a sound of recognition. Ancient guardian magic responding to a bloodline it had been waiting for. The dog sat. He saw the trapdoor immediately. He stood over it for a moment, thinking. He could go down. He had the skills and the capability and the knowledge that something was here that shouldn't be, that the corridor and whatever was below it were pieces in a larger game being played over his head and his life. He could go down tonight and resolve it. He went back to his room instead. Not because he was afraid. Because he didn't yet know all the players. He knew about the stone by mid-November through the combination of sources he'd been assembling since September. Hermione, who had been researching independently and who appeared in his room one Sunday morning with a book about Nicholas Flamel and an expression that was equal parts excitement and well-controlled alarm. The conversation in the staff room he'd overheard when the castle had obligingly opened a particular wall at a particular moment, Snape's voice, hard and direct, Quirrell's voice defensive and slightly desperate, the specific texture of 2 people who were not quite having the argument they appeared to be having. "Someone's trying to steal it," Hermione said. "Someone is going to try to steal it," Harry said. "They haven't yet. The attempt is coming." "How do you know?" "Because the diversion in October didn't work and the approach will escalate." He looked at her. "Quirrell." Hermione's expression went through several things rapidly. The evidence processing sequence, the conclusion being reached, the resistance to the conclusion because it was uncomfortable, the overriding of the resistance because discomfort was not a sufficient reason to reject good evidence. "The stuttering isn't real," she said. "No. Who's behind him?" Harry looked at her steadily. "How much do you want to know?" She looked back at him with the expression he'd come to rely on, the genuine courage of someone who chose to know things even when the things were difficult. "All of it," she said. He told her. Not everything, some things weren't his to tell yet, but enough. Voldemort's survival as a shade, the Quirrell situation, the stone and what it could do and why a shade without a body would want it. Hermione was quiet all the way through and her face was serious and slightly pale and entirely attentive. "What are you going to do?" she said when he finished. "Stop it," Harry said. "How?" "I'm still deciding that part," he said. "I have options, but I want to understand what's actually down there before I choose." Hermione nodded. She was quiet for a moment. "I want to help," she said. Not can I help, the confidence of I want, which was new in her, Harry thought, the beginning of someone learning that their instinct toward action was as valid as their instinct toward analysis. "I know," Harry said. "Not this part. This part one do alone." She looked like she wanted to argue. She thought about it and didn't. "After," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "After, I'll need your help with several things." She accepted this with the nod of someone banking a promise. He told Neville the same way he'd told Hermione, with the full facts, without managing the difficulty of them, and Neville's response was characteristically Neville. He went slightly pale, he was quiet for 30 seconds, and then he said, "What can I do?" with the complete steadiness of someone who had decided the fear was irrelevant. "Keep Hermione company," Harry said. "She's going to be processing this all week and she works better if someone's nearby even if they're not talking." Neville nodded. "Then, Harry." He paused. "Be careful." It was the same thing his father had said in the portrait, Harry thought, on their second visit to the vault, said in the same tone, not the platitude version, but the real version, the one that meant you matter to me specifically and the thought of something happening to you is not something I've made peace with. "I will," Harry said. He went to the 3rd floor on the 15th of December, 4 days before the winter holidays began. He'd chosen the timing deliberately. The castle was at its most distracted with the pre-holiday energy. Quirrell was showing the specific signs of building intention that Harry had been monitoring since October, and the window before Christmas felt right in the way that timing sometimes felt right when you'd done the preparation and were ready to let events converge. The dog sat again when he entered. The trapdoor opened at his touch. He dropped through. The devil's snare was in darkness and came alive with the specific aggression of a plant that had been sitting in the dark for months, frustrated that nothing had arrived. Harry cast a quiet wandless lumos, not flashy, just light, enough to do what light did to devil's snare, and it recoiled and he moved through it and felt its frustration like something faintly personal, one living thing acknowledging another's inconvenience. The winged keys were next. A room full of them, hundreds, all different sizes, the correct one somewhere in the moving swarm. He saw the broomstick. He saw the lock on the door. He stood still for a moment and let his eyes move through the room without tracking any single key, the peripheral vision catching the damaged ones, the one with the bent wing that was moving differently from the others, there. He caught it in 2 passes on the broomstick, opened the door, moved on. The chess set was massive and very still and smelled of old wood and cold stone. The pieces were waiting with the patience of things that had waited a long time and expected to wait longer. Harry stood at the entrance and looked at the board, white pieces on the far end, black on this side, the game set up midway as if left mid-play. He understood chess. He'd been playing it with Sirius for 3 years, and Sirius played the aggressive sacrificial style of someone who'd learned it in prison from a board he'd made himself, which was not a standard style but was occasionally brilliant. He played the game in 11 moves, which was 3 fewer than the pieces seemed to expect based on their reactions. No sacrifices required. The path was there if you read the board correctly. The troll was already unconscious, which meant someone had been through ahead of him, which changed the geometry of the situation. He stepped around it and moved on. The potions room. A table with 7 bottles, and a rolled piece of parchment, and a fire blocking the door forward and black flame behind him now. He read the parchment, Hermione's kind of puzzle, the logic of it clean and satisfying, and identified the correct bottle in about 40 seconds. He drank it. The fire forward went cold. He stepped through. The last room. The mirror of Eriste stood against the far wall and Quirrell stood in front of it, and Quirrell turned around when Harry entered, and his face was wrong in the way it had always been wrong except that now the pretense was gone, the stutter gone, the frightened professor posture gone, just the man standing there with his intention clear. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. His voice was different without the performance. Colder. The certainty of someone who had made their choices and settled into them. Harry looked at him, then at the mirror. "The stone is in there," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." Quirrell looked at him with something that was close to academic interest beneath the hostility. "You're not surprised to see me?" "No," Harry said. "Most children would be frightened." Harry looked around the room. The mirror. The darkness beyond the mirror. "I'm not most children," he said. "You know that. Whoever's with you knows that too." A pause that was specific. "You sense him," Quirrell said. "Yes," Harry said. The back of Quirrell's turban had been doing something since October. The warmth in Harry's chest had registered it from the first potions class. "He's why you're here. He wants the stone to make a body. He sent you because you were available and because he's not yet strong enough to do it himself." "Yes." A different voice. Not Quirrell's. From the back of the room, or from inside it, or from the back of Quirrell's head, thin and cold and the sound of something that had once been human and remembered what that was like without quite being it anymore. "Harry Potter." At last. Harry turned toward the voice. He stood still and let the cold of it arrive, not the Dementor cold, something different, the cold of a specific absence, a shape of life that had cut away everything human in the pursuit of the one thing it most feared losing and had become, in doing so, exactly that thing. An absence. A want with nothing left in it but the wanting. "You've been waiting," Harry said. "For 10 years. Since the night I could not kill you." The voice moved, circling slightly. "You are not what I expected. You are considerably more than I expected." "That happens a lot," Harry said. "You carry my ancestors' bloodline." It was said with a quality that was not quite reverence and not quite fury but existed somewhere in the territory of both. "Salazar's blood. You carry it. And Peverell's, and," a pause that was longer than it should have been, "Merlin's." "Yes," Harry said. "You could be great," Voldemort said. The voice was doing something specific now, the voice of someone who had used this argument before, who had refined it, who believed some version of it. "Greater than you know. Join me. Give me the stone and join me and there is nothing we could not, know," Harry said. No hesitation. No dramatic pause. No weight given to the offer beyond the single syllable required to close it. A silence. "You don't even consider it," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said again. "I know what you are. I know what you've done. I know what you would do with more time and a body and access to the stone. The answer is no, and I'm not going to explain it further, because the explanation wouldn't change anything." "Then we take it from you," Quirrell said. He moved toward the mirror. Harry was already between him and the mirror. Not fast, he didn't need speed, he'd been in the room for 3 minutes and had positioned himself twice without Quirrell tracking it, because Quirrell was watching his face and not his feet, which was a fundamental error in a confrontation. Harry stood with his back to the mirror and looked at Quirrell and put his hand in his pocket and closed it around the holly wand. "The stone is in the mirror," Quirrell said. "Whatever you think you can do, I'm not thinking about the mirror," Harry said. "I'm thinking about what happens next." He'd looked into the mirror from the position he'd taken without meaning to look, the way your eyes found a reflective surface automatically, and he'd seen himself, and in the pocket of his coat his hand had found something small and round and warm that had not been in his pocket before the mirror, which meant the mirror had given it to him in exactly the way Dumbledore had apparently theorized it would, which meant Dumbledore's planning here was the one useful thing in the architecture of this trap. He had the stone. Quirrell lunged. Harry stepped sideways with the economy of someone who had been trained by Miriam Vance in practical defensive movement for 2 years, and Quirrell's outstretched hands caught empty air, and Harry's free hand, not the wand hand, the stone hand, came up instinctively as Quirrell spun and grabbed his wrist. The contact was immediate and catastrophic. For Quirrell. He hadn't expected it, Harry hadn't expected it in quite this form, though he'd known the protection his mother's sacrifice had built into him was real and specific. Quirrell's hands on his skin produced something that moved outward from Harry like the warmth in his chest translated into action, not a spell, not a performed magic but something older and more specific, love, actually, which was the embarrassing and entirely accurate word for it, the specific recorded sacrifice of a mother choosing to die for her child embedded in his skin like a constant low flame, and where Quirrell's hands touched that flame, Quirrell burned. Not metaphorically. Quirrell screamed and reeled back, his hands cracking and crumbling where they'd touched Harry's skin, the magic of whatever was sharing his body destabilizing the host at the point of contact. Harry watched this with a focused and specific calm, not cold, not enjoyment, just the steady presence of someone doing what needed to be done. Voldemort's voice came once more, thin and furious and also, Harry thought, something else. Something underneath the fury. Fear, he thought. The thing Voldemort had structured his entire existence around avoiding. This isn't over, the voice said, and it had the quality of a fact rather than a threat, which Harry acknowledged was true. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. The shade left Quirrell the way darkness left a room when light arrived, not gradually but immediately, the presence simply absent, and Quirrell without the shade was just a man, crumbling, the borrowed strength that had kept him functioning gone all at once. Harry caught him as he fell and lowered him to the floor, not from forgiveness, from the specific recognition that Quirrell had been used the way a tool was used, had been found and targeted and exploited, and the full weight of what had happened to him was more complicated than the choices he'd made. He lay down and went still. Harry stood in the room with the stone in his fist and Quirrell on the floor and the mirror showing him his own reflection, just himself, no wishes visible now, the stone given, the mirror's purpose served, and he waited. The door above opened. He'd expected Dumbledore, and Dumbledore came, because Dumbledore had apparently been outside this entire time, which told Harry several things simultaneously about exactly how much of this had been designed as a test. Dumbledore descended into the room with an expression that was performing surprise and managing it imperfectly, the blue eyes moving between Quirrell on the floor and the stone in Harry's hand and Harry's face. Harry, Dumbledore said, in the warm and grandfatherly register. Harry looked at him. He looked at him with everything he knew, the documents, the sealed will, the tampered vault, the suppression charms, the specific architecture of 10 years of management built around a boy Dumbledore had decided would be a tool for a war he was already planning. He looked at the man who had known about the stone and placed it under the school guarded by puzzles that first years could solve, which was either incompetence or design. He held out the stone. "This belongs to Nicholas Flamel," Harry said. "It should be returned to him directly, not kept here." He paused. The school is not an appropriate place to hide objects that attract the attention of dark wizards. Dumbledore looked at the stone in Harry's extended hand. Something moved through his expression that was genuine and complicated and Harry thought was actually, surprise. Real surprise, not performed. The particular surprise of encountering a situation that has deviated significantly from the planned version. "You've been through all the protections," Dumbledore said. "Yes." "Alone?" "Yes." Dumbledore took the stone, slowly. His eyes were doing the thing Harry had noticed in the Great Hall, the rapid assessment, the processing, the constant recalibration. "You're not angry," he said. "I have been," Harry said. "I've had 5 years to work through most of it." He paused. "What I am now is clear." "Clear," Dumbledore repeated. "About what you did. About why. About what it means that you put the stone here and structured the defenses the way you did." Harry looked at him with the calm of someone who has done the work and arrived at the other side of it. "You wanted to see what I would do. You've been wanting to see what I would do since the Prophet article. This was an opportunity." Dumbledore was very still. "You believe in tests," Harry said. "You believe the right person demonstrates themselves in the moment. You built this situation and put the stone in it and waited to see whether I'd handle it." He paused. I handled it. I'd like you to understand that I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it to demonstrate anything. I did it because Voldemort being one step closer to a body is bad for everyone in the magical world, and I'm in a position to prevent that, so I did. Harry, Dumbledore started. I want to meet properly, Harry said. Not in a hospital wing, not in a ceremony, in your office. I want a real conversation. Not about what I can do for the war you're planning, about what we actually both want, and whether there's any version of those things that's compatible. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. And he needs medical attention. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The blue eyes were doing something Harry couldn't fully read, which was unusual and worth noting. The old man was genuinely recalibrating, genuinely arriving at an understanding of the distance between the boy he'd planned for and the boy in front of him. Yes, Dumbledore said finally. To all of it. He looked at Harry with something that might, on another occasion and with different history, have been called respect. You're very like your mother. I know, Harry said. She was remarkable. He walked toward the door, past Dumbledore, and stopped. He didn't turn around. He said, to the door rather than to Dumbledore because this wasn't a face-to-face statement, it was a fact being released into the room. The protections on this school, the real ones, the ones that matter, they need to be rebuilt. Properly. Not puzzle rooms. He paused. I'll send you my thoughts in writing before the end of term. He went up through the trapdoor. Through the chess room, the keys room, the devil's snare. Up through the dog's room. The dog was asleep, music from somewhere he didn't investigate, the magic of the moment loosened, and up into the corridor and back through the castle that felt, he thought, like it was doing something that buildings did when something significant had just been resolved in one of their rooms. Settling. Breathing. He went to his room. He sat on the edge of the bed and let the night decompress around him. The holly wand was in his hand, he'd been holding it since the potions room without needing it, and he set it on the nightstand next to Merlin's book and looked at both of them in the dark. The stone was gone. Voldemort was gone, not destroyed. Harry hadn't had any illusions about that. The shade would find another way, another host, another approach. The war that was coming was not resolved by a night in the dungeons. It was delayed, maybe redirected, and Harry had bought time, which was what tonight's work was worth and what he'd set out to do. He thought about Dumbledore's face. About the genuine surprise, the recalibration, and underneath it, Harry had seen it, he was fairly sure he'd seen it, something that was closest to relief. The old man had built a plan around a weapon, and the weapon had turned out to be a person, and whatever Dumbledore felt about the complexity that introduced, some part of him was relieved that the weapon was a person. Harry thought that was probably the part of Dumbledore that was worth trying to work with. The rest of it, the documents, the sealed will, the cupboard under the stairs, the 6 years, that conversation was coming. Not tonight. But coming. He picked up Merlin's book and opened it to the passage he'd found in October, the one that had become something he returned to the way you return to a compass bearing. The question is not what magic will do for you. The question is what you will do for the world that contains it. He'd done something tonight. It was a beginning. It was a clear and specific beginning, and it was his, and he'd done it without fear and without permission and without anyone's plan, and the world still contained it and him both and would need more work and more time and more of the specific kind of attention that he apparently had in large supply. He put the book down and closed his eyes. Outside, Hogwarts went on being itself in the dark, enormous and old and full of sleeping students and flickering torches and the specific magic of a place where things were learned, where people came young and confused and left less young and somewhat less confused and occasionally remarkable, and in the foundations of it, very faint. The oldest magic in the castle recognized the boy in the small room off the Gryffindor corridor and responded to him the way the stone bowl had responded, the way the mirror had responded, the way the castle itself had been responding since September. Steady and warm and certain. Waiting for what came next. Chapter 8, The World Changes. Harry spent 3 days in the hospital wing. Not because he was badly hurt, Madame Pomfrey's assessment on the first morning was brisk and thorough and concluded with remarkable constitution, Mr. Potter. I've seen grown Aurors come out of less and worse shape, but because the contact with Voldemort's shade had left a residue that needed monitoring, a faint contamination in his magic that Pomfrey described as analogous to a burn that hadn't blistered. Present, measurable, requiring time rather than treatment. Harry used the time productively. He wrote to Sirius on the first morning, not the full account, that was for in person, but enough. I'm fine. There was a situation under the school. It's resolved. I'll tell you everything at the end of term. I love you. The owl returned within 4 hours with a letter that was 6 pages long, oscillating between relief and fury and back to relief with the specific rhythm of someone who had practiced managing large feelings and was currently failing to manage them. Harry read it 3 times and wrote back something that was both reassuring and honest, which was the harder combination, and felt Sirius's presence in the letter the way you felt someone's presence in a room. He wrote to Ragnarok. This letter was considerably more clinical, a summary of the night, what he'd observed about Quirrell and the Shade, the state of the stone, the conversation with Dumbledore afterward, and his assessment of what it meant. Ragnarok's response came back on the second day in the hand of a very efficient Gringotts owl, and it said, thorough as always. The implications for our ongoing work are significant. We'll discuss in person. Well done, Mr. Potter. The last 3 words occupied more of Harry's attention than Ragnarok had probably intended. He worked on the letter to Dumbledore. Not the formal one about the school's protections, that was already drafted, 3 pages, specific and evidence-based and entirely practical, sitting in his trunk waiting for the last check before sending. The other one, the one he hadn't decided to write until the second morning in the hospital wing when he'd been lying in the particular quality of early morning silence and thinking about Dumbledore's face in the dungeon. The genuine surprise. The possible relief. He didn't finish it. He started it 4 times and deleted the openings and thought about what he actually wanted to say and found that the answer was complicated in ways that required more sitting with than 3 hospital wing days allowed. He put it aside. Hermione visited both days. She came with books and the expression of someone who had been sitting on several days' worth of questions with impressive discipline and was now, with visiting hours as her justification, releasing them in controlled sequence. She'd heard versions of the night from other sources. The castle moved information the way any closed community moved information, irregularly and with creative elaboration, and she wanted the accurate version, which Harry gave her. She listened without interrupting, which he'd come to understand was her highest form of respect, saving the interruptions for the moments where clarification was more valuable than the flow of the account. The mirror gave you the stone, she said, when he reached that part. Yes. Because you wanted to find it but not use it. She was thinking, her expression doing the rapid cross-referencing it did when an idea was being mapped against existing knowledge. Not to benefit from it personally. That's what Dumbledore theorized, isn't it? That's why he designed the mirror trap that way. Yes, Harry said. So he did plan it, she said. Not an accusation. A fact being confirmed. He planned a version of it, Harry said. The version he planned didn't account for me knowing it was a test. The version that actually happened was something else. Is that why he looked surprised? Harry thought about the blue eyes in the dungeon. Partly. I think he expected someone who stumbled through brilliantly. He got someone who walked through deliberately, which is a different thing and requires a different response. He paused. He's going to have to revise his plans significantly. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Are you going to help him? Harry looked at her. The question was precise in the way her best questions were, not asking what he was going to do generally, asking the specific thing under the general thing. I'm going to do what needs doing, he said. Whether that involves him depends on whether he's capable of operating as a partner rather than a director. He paused. I don't know yet. But you're willing to find out, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. I'm willing to find out. She nodded with the expression of someone who had arrived at their own position on a question and was comparing it to Harry's and finding them compatible. Then she opened the top book on her stack and said, "While I'm here, I found something in Hogwarts, a history that cross-references with the Gringotts article about the Muggleborn diagnostic." The original Hogwarts intake process included a heritage assessment. It was discontinued in 1888 under pressure from, she checked her notes, the then Minister for Magic, Adeline Gamble, for reasons the history doesn't clearly explain. "Save it," Harry said. "I want to look at it properly. After term." She closed the book and was clearly going to comply immediately and also clearly annoyed about it, which was entirely Hermione. "Fine," she said. "Neville says to tell you he's been talking to Professor Sprout about whether there's a herbology component to the Devil's Snare habitat and she's apparently very pleased about the question." Harry smiled. "Of course he is. He also beat Malfoy at Herbology Practical this week, and I think the combination of those two things has improved his entire posture." "Good," Harry said, and meant it in the full sense. Neville came on the second afternoon and didn't bring books. He brought Trevor and a small pot of something he'd grown in the greenhouse that was apparently relevant to post-magical exposure recovery, which Pomfrey examined with the careful skepticism of a healer encountering students-applied remedies and then used, because Neville had cited his sources correctly and the plant was actually appropriate. Neville sat in a chair beside the bed with Trevor in his hands and they talked about nothing specifically important for an hour, and Harry found it the most restful hour of the 3 days, the specific rest that came from being in the company of someone who wanted nothing from you except your presence. Draco Malfoy appeared in the hospital wing doorway on the third day. He stood there for a moment, assessing the room and the situation with the quick precision Harry had come to identify as his default. He was alone, which was unusual enough to be notable. He came in and stopped at a specific distance from the bed, not too close, not hovering, and looked at Harry with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously in the way Malfoy expressions often did, all of them controlled except the one underneath. "I heard what happened," he said. "Most of the castle heard what happened," Harry said. "My father sent me a letter." Draco said it carefully, with the quality of someone choosing how much weight to put on each word. "He heard too." "What did he say?" Draco looked at the wall to the left of Harry's bed. He said it confirmed that you were going to be central to things. That it was good I'd been sensible about the relationship." He paused. "He means he thinks I should be near you because you're going to be important." "I know what he means," Harry said. Draco stopped. Started again with the particular difficulty of someone who has been taught to say things strategically and is attempting, possibly for the first time, to say something true instead. "I wanted to say that I'm glad it was you down there and not someone who couldn't handle it. And that's," another pause, "that's not about my father." Harry looked at him for a moment. "I know," he said. Draco nodded once. Then, with the shift back to familiar ground, "You look terrible, by the way." 3 days in hospital," Harry said. "Set the bar lower. I've heard the hospital wing food is appalling. Greengrass told Davis who told me." He set something on the nightstand with the air of someone performing casual disinterest very unconvincingly. It was a paper bag. "From the kitchens. House elves respect Malfoy family requests, apparently." Harry looked at the bag. "Thank you," he said. Draco shrugged with the specific elegance of a shrug that was trying to be dismissive and wasn't quite. He left. Harry looked at the bag for a moment and then opened it and found something warm and good, and ate it, and thought that Draco Malfoy was going to be interesting for a long time yet, and that interesting was, in his experience, usually worth the difficulty it came with. He was released on the morning of the 4th day, which was a Thursday, and walked back through the castle with the particular quality of attention that followed significant events, the spaces you'd moved through before now carrying the weight of what had happened since. Hogwarts felt different. Or rather, Harry felt different in it, the way you felt different in a place after you'd done something in it that mattered. Dumbledore sent an owl at noon. "I believe you mentioned a conversation, Harry." "My office, at your convenience." Albus. Harry held the letter and thought about the word convenience, which was a specific choice. Not when you're well enough, which would be concerned. Not this evening, which would be directive. Your convenience, which was, Harry turned it over, an offering. A posture he hadn't expected, or hadn't expected this quickly. He went at 3. The gargoyle stepped aside without requiring a password, which was either an adjustment Dumbledore had made or the castle doing the thing the castle did. The office was, Harry had imagined it, from descriptions and photographs and the general weight of its reputation, and it was those things and also more personal than expected. The portraits of previous headmasters, many of whom were awake and watching him with varying degrees of open interest. The various instruments on their spindly tables, spinning and clicking with the purposeful obscurity of things that knew their function. Fawkes on his perch, who looked at Harry and made a sound that was very beautiful and very brief. Dumbledore was behind his desk. He looked older than he'd looked in a dungeon, Harry thought, not physically, his age didn't change, but something in the posture. Less performance. Less of the warm grandfatherly register that he deployed like a tool. He looked like a man who was tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep, and he looked at Harry and didn't immediately say anything. Harry sat down in the chair across the desk. I read your letter, Dumbledore said. About the school's protections. It's a draft, Harry said. I wanted your response before I finalized it. Dumbledore looked at him. It's thorough. Several of the suggestions are things I should have implemented years ago. A pause that was honest rather than strategic. There are things in your file, the Gringotts file, the ministry records, that I need to address. Directly, not through intermediaries. Yes, Harry said. I want to start there, Dumbledore said, if you're willing. Before anything about the future, before Voldemort or the war or what I think is coming, I want to start with what I did. Harry looked at him. He'd prepared for this conversation in several different versions, the one where Dumbledore was defensive, the one where he performed contrition without genuine reckoning, the one where he tried to explain the suppression charms as necessary. He hadn't prepared specifically for this version, the one where Dumbledore opened with the hardest thing directly. All right, Harry said. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. He looked at them for a moment. I made decisions about your life, he said, that were mine to make only in the narrowest technical sense. I was chief warlock. I had authority. I used it. He paused. I told myself each decision was protection. The blood wards, those are real, and they were real protection, and that part was true. But I also wanted, he stopped, and the stop was genuine, the stop of a man locating an honest word for something he'd told himself a more comfortable story about. I wanted to shape the narrative. I wanted you to enter the magical world as I introduced it to you. As someone who needed what I could provide. And that want, he looked up, overrode things it had no business overriding. The room was quiet. The will, Harry said. Yes. The vault. Yes. The suppression charms. Dumbledore held his gaze. Yes. Sirius Black. A longer pause. Sirius's case was, I told myself his guilt was obvious. I told myself a trial would be a painful delay, that Azkaban was what he deserved, that the evidence was sufficient without the process. His voice was level but the levelness was doing work. I was wrong. I knew I was wrong within 6 months and I did not correct it, because correcting it would have required admitting I had been wrong, and I had built too much on the premise of my own correct judgment to afford the admission. Harry thought about 12 years. About a man in a grey cell who still had his eyes. About the first morning at Pendragon Cottage, Sirius sitting at breakfast with both hands around his tea mug like it was an anchor, looking out at the Welsh hills with the expression of someone who couldn't quite believe that what he was looking at was real. Do you understand, Harry said, what that cost him? Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I understand it better now than I did then. Then I understood it abstractly. Now, he paused, I have had 5 years of watching you work to give him back what was taken, and watching what it meant to him, and the abstract has become considerably less abstract. Good, Harry said. It was not forgiveness. It was not absolution. It was the acknowledgement that the understanding was real and that it mattered, which was the minimum requirement for any conversation that was actually about moving forward rather than performing it. I'm not asking for forgiveness, Dumbledore said. I want to say that clearly. I'm not asking for it because I haven't earned it and I don't think I will, and I think you know the difference between an apology that's genuine and one that's asking for something. Harry looked at him for a moment. You were right about one thing, he said. The blood protection. My mother's sacrifice, that was real and it was genuine and you recognized what it was and tried to use it correctly. He paused. That doesn't make the rest of it acceptable. But it's accurate. It is, Dumbledore agreed. The war, Harry said. Tell me what you actually know. Not what you think I need to know. What you know. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone deciding to cross a particular threshold. And then he talked. He talked for nearly 2 hours, and it was different from every other version of Dumbledore's knowledge Harry had received secondhand, not the curated version, not the information rationed according to what a student was supposed to handle. The Horcruxes, which Dumbledore had suspected for a decade and confirmed 3 years ago. The prophecy, which he quoted in full without prompting and without the careful withholding that Harry had expected. The specific shape of what Voldemort had been building before his first fall and was almost certainly rebuilding now, the long patient architecture of a return. Harry listened to all of it with the attentive stillness he'd developed for exactly these conversations. He asked 4 questions, each of them at the right moment, each of them identifying the gap in the picture that the previous information had left. Dumbledore answered all 4 without hedging, and by the end of the second hour he was looking at Harry with an expression that had moved, slowly and irreversibly, from the warm grandfatherly register to something more direct and more genuine. Something that was, Harry thought, closer to how Dumbledore actually looked when he was not performing anything at all. The Horcruxes, Harry said. How many? 6 made, Dumbledore said. 1 destroyed, the diary, which Voldemort made in the 1940s and lost track of. 5 remaining. He paused. Possibly 6. Harry waited. I believe, Dumbledore said carefully, that the night he killed your parents, the night his killing curse rebounded, the violence of that magical failure may have created an unintended Horcrux. He looked at Harry steadily. The scar. Harry reached up and touched it. He'd always known the scar was more than a mark. He'd felt it since the first day of the diagnostic, a specific kind of cold under the warmth of the bloodline inheritances, something that didn't belong in the layering of what he was. You've known this, Harry said. I've suspected it for several years, Dumbledore said. I didn't know with certainty. He paused. It changes what I believed about the path forward. It changes it for you, Harry said. I've been aware of the foreign presence in the scar since I was 6. I've been researching it. Dumbledore's expression shifted. You've been, Merlin's book has considerable material on the theory of soul fracturing, Harry said. And Ragnarok has resources that don't typically intersect with wizarding magical research. He looked at Dumbledore directly. There is a way to remove it without destroying the host. It's difficult and it requires preparation and it cannot be done until Voldemort's other Horcruxes are destroyed first, because the soul fragment needs to have nowhere else to go when it's expelled. He paused. I've had a plan for this for 2 years. The silence in the office was complete. Fawkes made a soft sound from his perch. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that had no performance left in it at all, stripped down to something entirely unguarded, the face of a very old man who had been carrying a specific and terrible secret, had built elaborate and costly architecture around it, and was now sitting across a desk from an 11-year-old who had already solved the central problem of that architecture and had simply been waiting for the right moment to say so. You've known about the Horcrux in your scar, Dumbledore said, and you found a solution. Yes, Harry said. And you didn't, he stopped. I waited because I didn't have enough information about the other Horcruxes, Harry said. I needed to know what I was working with before I could build a complete plan. He paused. Now I have that information. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Harry, he said, and the name came out differently than it had in the dungeon, stripped of the performance, just the name of a specific person being addressed directly. What do you need from me? Harry had thought about this question. He'd been thinking about it since October, in the middle-distance way of things you did while reading something else and while eating and while sitting in the garden at Pendragon Cottage watching the Welsh hills go dark. He'd thought about what Dumbledore could offer that wasn't available from other sources, what the old man's knowledge and position and access represented in terms of practical usefulness. He'd thought about what a genuine partnership rather than a managed relationship would require from both of them. Truth, Harry said. No more withholding on the basis of what you think I should know. Complete information, always, and trust that I'll handle it appropriately. He paused. And accountability. Not to me specifically, to the Wizengamot, to the structure that's supposed to govern these things, the structure you bypassed 10 years ago and haven't properly returned to. That second part, Dumbledore said quietly, will be very difficult. I know, Harry said. It needs to happen anyway. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, all right, and it had the weight of an actual thing rather than a performance of agreement. Harry stood. I'll send the final version of the school protection letter by end of term. He paused at the door. The Horcrux research, I'd like your input. You've been looking at this problem longer than I have and there are things you know about the specific objects that will save time. I'll give you everything I have, Dumbledore said. Good, Harry said. He opened the door and stopped. Professor. Dumbledore looked at him. The portraits in this office, they talk. They have opinions. Several of them are watching this conversation with considerable interest. He glanced at the portraits on the walls, at least 4 of which were very attentively pretending not to listen. Some of them probably remember things about the founders that aren't in the history books. Dumbledore glanced at the portraits. Several previous headmasters suddenly developed urgent business in adjacent painted scenes. Yes, Dumbledore said, with something that was, carefully and genuinely, a smile. They do. Harry left. The Wizengamot session was on the last day of term. Harry had requested it 3 weeks ago, through Steelclaw, and the session had been granted under the same Noble House provisions that had produced the serious hearing, except that this time the notice to all members had been accompanied by a summary document that Sharpwit had prepared, which was a piece of writing so efficient and so clear and so comprehensively sourced that several Wizengamot members had apparently shown up to the session having already formed opinions, which was the entire purpose. The atrium of the ministry was doing its usual thing when Harry arrived. He'd been here twice before, the serious hearing, and a follow-up session regarding the vault audit findings, and the atrium's reaction to him had changed each time, the recognition recalibrating with his accumulating public presence. Today people stopped. Not rudely, not blocking his path, not clustering, but stopped in the way that people stopped for things that were both significant and worth looking at. Harry walked through it at his usual pace and nodded to 3 people who addressed him by name and kept moving. Sirius was waiting outside the Wizengamot chamber. He'd come down from Pendragon Cottage the previous night and they'd had dinner and talked through what Harry was planning to say, and Sirius had listened and asked good questions and at the end said, "Your father never once gave a Wizengamot speech in his life," and Harry had said, "I know," and Sirius had said, "He would have found this absolutely extraordinary," in a tone of voice that meant something more than the words. "How are you?" Harry said. "Excellent," Sirius said, which was mostly true in a way that it wouldn't have been 6 months ago. He was in formal robes, Lord Black robes, dark grey with the black crest on the shoulder, and he'd done something with the hair that was an improvement. He looked like himself in the version that had existed before Azkaban, growing back into that version with the slow certainty of something that had always been there, waiting for the conditions to be right. He looked at Harry. "Ready?" "Yes," Harry said. The chamber was full. Harry had expected full, based on the summary document, and full was what he got: 93 seated Wisengamot members, several dozen observers in the gallery, and a press section that Fudge had apparently tried to restrict and been unable to, because Wisengamot sessions of this type were public by statute, and the Daily Prophet had sent 3 reporters who were occupying their permitted positions with the contained excitement of people who had been told something significant was going to happen and had decided to believe it. Fudge was in the presiding chair, which was his right as minister. He looked at Harry with the expression of a man who had been through several significant conversations with significant people in the past week and was still processing the implications. Marchbanks was there. She caught Harry's eye from her seat and gave him the look she'd given him at the serious hearing, the impossible-to-read look that Harry now thought was not impossible to read so much as reading as something specific. "Let's see what you do with this." Harry walked to the speaking position. He didn't have notes. He'd written the speech 7 times and then decided the written version wasn't the right version and put it away, because what he wanted to say didn't need architecture, it needed honesty, and honesty worked better spoken directly than read from parchment. He looked at the chamber. "I'm 11 years old," he said. It was not an apology or a performance of self-awareness, it was a fact stated to establish a frame. "I want to say that clearly before I say anything else, because what I'm asking this body to do is significant and you should know who you're hearing it from." He paused. "My name is Harry James Potter. I am the Lord of Houses Potter, Black, Slytherin, Peverell, and Merlin. I have been a formal claimant in this chamber 3 times previously, for my own emancipation, for Sirius Black's release, and for the findings of the Gringotts vault audit. You know the outcomes of those sessions. What I'm asking for today is different." The chamber was very quiet. "The war that ended 10 years ago did not end," Harry said. "Voldemort is not gone. He is reduced and without a body and currently recovering from a failed attempt to regain one, which I prevented 4 days ago under this school." He said it flatly, without theater, because theater would have made it smaller than it was. "He will try again. He will probably try several more times before he succeeds or is permanently stopped, and each attempt will cost people their lives." He looked at the rows of seats, the faces that were listening, the faces that were resistant, the faces that were doing the politician's calculation of which way to lean. "This chamber has 2 options," Harry said. "The first is to wait. To let the war arrive and respond to it when it becomes impossible to deny, which is what happened last time, and to pay the cost of that delay in the lives of people who could have been protected." He paused. "The second is to start now. Not with an army, we don't have one, and that's a separate conversation. With information, with preparation, with the specific and boring work of identifying what was broken last time and fixing it before it breaks the same way again." "Lord Potter-Black," Fudge said, from the presiding chair, in the tone of someone who had decided to manage this, "these are serious assertions." "Yes," Harry said. "They are." He looked at Fudge directly. "You've received documentation from Gringotts and from my personal solicitors detailing the evidence for Voldemort's continued existence. You received it 6 weeks ago. I'd like to know what your office has done with it." Fudge's expression performed outrage at the question while his eyes confirmed the answer. "The ministry takes all threat assessment seriously, Minister," Marchbanks said, very quietly. Fudge stopped. Marchbanks looked at Harry. "Continue, Lord Potter-Black." Harry looked back at the chamber. "I'm not here to ask this body to give me power," he said. "I'm specifically not asking for that. I'm asking for 3 things." He held up a finger. "First, a formal acknowledgement that Voldemort is not dead, that his return is a current threat, and that this chamber's security infrastructure needs to reflect that reality rather than pretend it doesn't exist. A second finger. Second, an independent investigation into all Wisengamot decisions made in the 3 years following the end of the last war, specifically the period during which the same person acting as Chief Warlock was simultaneously making decisions about my guardianship and Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial. The investigation should produce a formal report on conflicts of interest and a recommendation for structural changes to prevent a single individual from accumulating that combination of authority again. A third finger. Third, a formal mandate for Gringotts to implement the bloodline inheritance diagnostic as a standard part of the Hogwarts intake process for all new students, with results made available to the students themselves regardless of blood status, effective immediately. He lowered his hand. That's it. Those 3 things. None of them give me authority over anything except the third, which affects my own inheritance estate and which Gringotts has already agreed to implement pending this chamber's formal mandate. The chamber was absolutely quiet for a moment. Then it was not quiet. The noise was not the chaos of opposition, it was the noise of 93 people processing simultaneously, the sound of a room that had been handed something it had been waiting for without knowing it was waiting, and was now doing the rapid collective calculation of what to do with it. Marchbanks brought her gavel down once, tidily. "We'll move to discussion," she said. Her expression was as impossible to read as ever. "Lord Potter-Black, you may take a seat." Harry sat in the visitor's seat to the left of the speaking position. Sirius was in the observer's gallery directly above. Harry didn't look up, but he could feel Sirius watching with the specific quality of attention that meant he had his arms crossed and his jaw set and was very deliberately not crying, which had become one of Harry's favorite things about him. The discussion took 4 hours. Not all of it was straightforward. Umbridge, a woman Harry had identified at the session's start as someone whose entire posture was the posture of a person who found the status quo infinitely preferable to any alternative, objected to the second request on procedural grounds that were thin and eventually reduced by argument to their actual content, which was that she didn't want the investigation and didn't have a better reason than that. Several members pushed back on the Gringotts mandate on grounds of goblin-ministry relations, which was at least a substantive argument and which Steelclaw, present as Harry's legal representative, addressed with her customary efficiency. The first request, the formal acknowledgement of Voldemort's continued existence, was, Harry thought, the most significant and the hardest. Because it required the ministry to say out loud, on record, that the thing they'd spent 10 years being relieved about was not gone. It required the edifice of "he's gone, we're safe, it's over" to be officially dismantled in the most public possible forum. Fudge visibly struggled with this. Harry watched him struggle with it and did not lean on him during the discussion, did not press or push, let the arguments from other members do the work. Marchbanks spoke on the first request. She stood up, small and old and entirely authoritative, and said, in the tone of someone reporting a fact that the room needed to stop finding complicated, "I have seen the evidence. I have read the Gringotts documentation and the testimony of Albus Dumbledore, submitted in writing to this chamber last week." She paused. "Voldemort is alive. He is currently too weak to act directly. We have time to prepare, and if we don't use it, we will spend the rest of our careers explaining to people who lost family members why we didn't." The vote on the first request passed 61 to 32. The vote on the second, the investigation, passed 54 to 39, which was closer and which Harry thought was honest, because the investigation was going to produce findings that would be uncomfortable for a significant number of people in this room. The vote on the third passed 88 to 5, which told Harry something interesting about where the resistance to the first 2 had actually been coming from. Harry sat through the votes with his hands in his lap and his expression level, and when the third vote was called he felt something that was neither triumph nor relief but something that existed in the space between them, the specific feeling of a thing being done that should have been done a long time ago and was now, finally, done. Fudge adjourned the session. People began to move. Several Wisengamot members came to speak with Harry, some with genuine engagement, some with the calculating sociability of people who had identified which direction things were running and wanted to be associated with it. Harry was courteous with all of them and specific with none, and extricated himself with the practiced politeness he'd developed for exactly this kind of room. Marchbanks stopped him near the door. She was even smaller close up, which was a quality she had clearly made peace with at some point and now wielded as a specific kind of authority, because underestimating someone small and old and extremely sharp was a mistake that people only made once. She looked at Harry with the expression he'd been trying to read all day, and he thought, finally, that he had it. It was the expression of someone who had been watching the world run in a wrong direction for a long time and was cautiously, carefully, beginning to believe it might turn. "You were coherent," she said. It was clearly high praise. "Thank you," Harry said. "The investigation will produce findings that implicate several people in this building," she said. "I know," Harry said. "Including people who are not obviously bad but made choices that were." She looked at him with the directness of someone who was not going to hedge this. "Are you prepared for that to include Albus Dumbledore formally and publicly?" Harry thought about the office. "The portraits watching. I'll give you everything I have." "Yes," he said. "Accountability isn't punishment. It's the precondition for trust." Marchbanks looked at him for a moment. Then she gave a single, clean nod. "Good," she said. "Someone needed to say that in this building." She walked away. Sirius was in the atrium. He'd come down from the gallery while Harry was talking to Marchbanks and was standing near the fountain with his hands in the pockets of his formal robes, looking at the gold figures with the expression Harry had learned to read as complicated feelings being managed. Harry came to stand beside him. They looked at the fountain together. The wizard and witch on top, the other beings arranged in attitudes of cheerful deference below them. "I've been thinking about replacing this," Harry said. Sirius looked at him sideways. "You can't replace the Ministry fountain." "Not by myself," Harry said. "But it sends a specific message about the world's hierarchy that doesn't hold up to scrutiny, and the Ministry atrium is where most magical people's first formal experience of their government happens." He paused. "It matters what they see first." Sirius was quiet for a moment. James once said the fountain was the ugliest thing in Wizarding Britain. What did he think the second ugliest was? The Wizengamot robes, Sirius said immediately. He had very strong opinions about the plum color. He paused. He'd have found today, he stopped, in the way he still sometimes stopped when he was in the middle of something that ran too deep to say cleanly. "Tell me," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. He'd have found today terrifying and extraordinary, and he'd have spent the entire 4 hours with his leg bouncing under the chair, and then he'd have immediately wanted to go flying to calm down. He paused. And then he'd have told Remus the whole story 3 times and gotten progressively more animated with each telling. Harry felt the warmth in his chest, steady and present. "Is Remus?" "He's in Wales," Sirius said. "He's been in Wales. He doesn't know how to ask to be part of this." He paused. "I've been trying to figure out how to tell him he doesn't need to ask." "Tell him I want to meet him," Harry said. "Tell him specifically that I'm asking." He paused. "He was my father's best friend. That matters to me." Sirius looked at him for a moment with an expression that was entirely unguarded. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Okay." They left the Ministry. The afternoon outside was bright, London doing what London did in December, cold and full of people moving with the specific urgency of the pre-holiday city, muggle and magical intermixed in the invisible way they always were, all of it ongoing and permanent and indifferent to the session that had just happened 6 floors below street level. Harry stood on the pavement and looked at it. He thought about what had just been set in motion. An investigation that would produce findings and disruptions and political consequences that were going to run for years. A diagnostic mandate that would change how Muggle-born and half-blood students understood themselves and their magic. An official acknowledgement that Voldemort lived, which would change how every person in the magical world planned their next several years, whether they wanted it to or not. He thought about Hermione and Neville and Daphne and Draco and all the rest of them, 11 years old, at Hogwarts, about to grow up in a world that knew a war was coming rather than one that was pretending it wasn't. That was better, he thought. Knowing was better than not knowing. Preparation was better than surprise. Honesty, even uncomfortable honesty, was better than the particular kindness of being protected from the truth until the truth arrived with no warning at all. He thought about Dumbledore's face in the office. "What do you need from me?" He thought about Marchbanks. Someone needed to say that. He thought about Sirius, yesterday evening at dinner, laughing at something with the full unguarded laugh, the one that had been finding its way back by degrees over 2 years and was now, most days, close to constant. He thought about a diagnostic bowl in a goblin bank, 5 years ago, lighting up in 7 colors. He thought about a portrait of his parents, his mother's hand against the frame. He thought about the warmth in his chest that had started in a car on the way to London and had never gone away, that was not a power or a magic in the performed sense but simply the felt truth of being fully and completely himself in a world that had tried to prevent exactly that. Hungry? Sirius said. Yes, Harry said. There's a place in Diagon Alley that does the best, not Diagon Alley today, Harry said. Muggle London. Somewhere neither of us has been. Sirius looked at him with the specific expression of you are exactly what you are and I don't know what I'd do without you. Yeah, he said. All right. They walked. Not quickly, no particular destination yet, just the direction of the nearest busy street, London folding around them the way cities folded around people who walked in them with purpose. Sirius put his hands back in his pockets and Harry walked beside him with the holly wand in his sleeve and Merlin's book in his coat and 5 inheritances settled in his chest like a cord that had found its resolution. He was 11 years old. He had 6 years of himself behind him and everything else ahead. He had a godfather beside him and 2 friends back at school and a castle that shortened its corridors for him and a goblin bank that had changed the shape of his world and an old wizard who was beginning, slowly and genuinely, to understand what it meant to treat a person as a person. He had a war coming and a plan for it. He had Horcruxes to find and a scar that would need addressing and a political landscape that was going to require years of sustained attention to build into something worth building. He had the investigation and the diagnostic mandate and the specific long work of all the things that were now in motion, the things that couldn't be unstarted. He had, for the first time in his life and completely, himself. The street ahead was busy and bright with December light, full of people going about the business of their lives, and Harry walked into it with his eyes open and the warmth in his chest steady and warm and constant, and the world, large and complicated and full of things broken and things worth building, the world was waiting. He intended to do everything with it. End.